So Mimi was born on the third night of Hanukkah in 2009, and she was your typical baby. And when she was a year and a half in September, she had a fever, and it wasn't breaking. So we called after about a day. So we called our pediatrician, and there was this look on the doctor's face of like a little concern. So we're at that point already shaking a little bit. This is our first child. She's only a year and a half old. So they said we wanna do some blood work because there's something that's not right in the stomach. And the doctor turned to us and they said, you need to go to the emergency room. So we went, and I mean, it was probably the longest drive of our lives. And we were shaking because it's as if someone came with a big baseball bat and just started beating you everywhere, just beating you. And you don't even know what to do next. When your life changes like this, you develop a new routine, a new normal. And it involves going to the clinic. It involves administering medicines at home. It involves having in your closet a chemo spill kit in case chemotherapy drug spills on the floor. You need to cover it a certain way. You learn about cleaning PICC lines. You learn about giving shots at home. You learn about EpiPens in case she's allergic to something. And my wife ended up leaving her job to be full-time mommy, because that's what we needed. My job allowed me to basically take off once a week because I needed to take care of my family. And I will be forever grateful to them for allowing me to do that. We started seeing that our insurance premiums were really, really high. They were about $4,500 a month. The reason our insurance was so high was because we had great coverage. Mimi became allergic to one of the medications, and the substitute for this medication cost $18,000 per dose. I think what people need to realize when they give money to RCCS is that they're not just giving $1 and that dollar is going to somebody or to help with something. They're going to pay insurance premiums. Insurance premiums that may cost $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, but then that cover $18,000, $25,000, $50,000 of coverage. The leveraging of a dollar that RCCS does, the way it stretches it, the way it literally helps with cures. It helps people put food on their table. It helps in so many ways. It's such, there's nothing like it. There's really nothing like RCCS. And I can't tell people enough how important it is.
I didn't know what cancer was.
Before she was even born, she already had cancer.
That was
the most horror of horror of any man could go through.
Why from a distance when I need you close? And why do you hide me, Eitzaro? Lomo, Lomo. Why from a distance?
And we noticed a swelling by his eye. We took him to this doctor, to that doctor, pediatrician, ophthalmologist, until we ended up by a surgical ophthalmologist. And a couple of weeks later, she came back with the results that a 4-year-old had a orbital tumor.
Why from a distance?
And then last second, he said, you know what, let me check your chest. I want to take an x-ray on your chest. They found out that I have 2 different kind of cancer in my lymph node.
And why do you hide me, Eitzaro? Lomo.
They took a piece of the tumor and they saw that it was the size of a grapefruit in a 1-year-old baby's body.
When I need you close. And why?
Generally, the protocol for such a thing is chemotherapy and radiation. I didn't know my options at the beginning. But then I found out from RCCS that there are options in radiation. There are different types of radiation.
When our daughter was diagnosed, I couldn't work, my wife couldn't work. It was completely devastating in every aspect. For a month.
The first word you get out of the doctor, you have insurance. And he said, sorry, we don't take Medicaid.
The community around us helped us with an apartment. They also, with the insurance premiums we needed a lot of help.
My oldest daughter told me, so Daddy, who's paying the bills?
A little bit of light, just a little bit of light. Doiche, doiche, harbe, choishe. A little bit of light, just a little bit of light. Doiche, doiche, harbe, choishe. A little bit of light, just a little bit of light. Doiche, doiche, harbe, choishe. A little bit of light, just.
RCCS no longer provides only insurance subsidies. Today, RCCS provides a vast array of services for the cancer-stricken patient, including tuition scholarships, medical direction, the much-needed insurance advocacy, emotional support, social services, and more. Most exciting is our newest venture, RCCS Yerushalayim, in which, in its very early stages, has already been credited for saving many, many lives in Israel.
That's where RCCS really made the difference. We wouldn't have been able to go to Philadelphia if not for RCCS.
RCCS, I think, in a very embracing, warm, loving fashion, tries to say, we are here for you. We want to navigate these waters for you. We want to find a way to make the connection between your needs and the resources that we have to help you.
They were the ones who put us in touch with the right doctors in Eretz Yisrael. They set up an appointment for us to see him on short notice, and in the end, he was the one who gave us a letter of recommendation to do the proton therapy, and that was what convinced the Israeli insurance to cover us.
For most of the cancer situation, the treatment here is at least as good as everywhere else. In extremely rare cases where a second opinion or an additional treatment is needed in the States, we would recommend it.
And in the end, that's what happened. They agreed to cover us for up to $350,000 treatment in CHOP.
Darkness go, no. Darkness you don't chase away with a stick. No, 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 no.
I wound up calling RCCS initially, and I asked I said to them, we have a daughter who's being treated in Children's Hospital. They asked us for just some basic documentation. Within about a week or so, our payments were being covered by RCCS.
They took over. They got me an insurance company. I went to the best doctor. More than that, to actually teach me how to talk to these doctors and how to be able to get a good treatment.
The organization provides all kinds of services for the patient, not only financial services for the patient, but RCCS also helps them get emotional support. The RCCS goes out and tries to find the best doctor for these patients, regardless of the patient's ability to pay, because they come in with the financial support that the patient needs.
And through the help of RCCS, my family, Rabbi, the prayers, I made it.
According to all the scans, there is no cancer. Saying thank you is not enough. Up till now, we haven't had to pay one medical bill.
RCCS made the difference in our son's life, and such an investment is priceless.
I was a 24-year-old active professional who just graduated college and who was ready to live, a perfect life. I was never expecting to get a brain tumor. I started working the day after my Sheva Brachos. It was very high pressure type of work, and I started getting severe headaches and migraines. After that time, I started noticing that my right side of my face was losing muscle movement, and I decided to go to a doctor. Unfortunately, all the tests came back negative. I decided to continue to live my life with these headaches and with this facial paralysis. I got certified as an EMT, and Hatzalah of Queens accepted me as a member. Shortly after, I noticed I wasn't able to hear my wife as well as I used to, and my right eye was unable to blink on its own. The doctor suggested that I have another MRI. I had my first child in June. Waiting for the results, we flew down to Dallas, Texas to have a little summer vacation where my parents live. I get a phone call from the secretary of the doctor's office at about 7 o'clock in the morning. The doctor wants to speak with you. He told me that they found a mass lesion that was growing in my brain. The specific brain tumor that I had was located about 4 inches deep into my brain. There was only 3 doctors in the country that were willing to perform the surgery. We would have to do the surgery as soon as possible. It would cost us about $80,000 to $100,000 out of pocket because he didn't accept our insurance. When you are going through something like having brain surgery, the last thing that you want to be thinking about is, how am I going to pay it? You want to think about how you're going to stay alive for your family. Somebody that I work with, he knew of the organization RCCS, and I went online and I filled out an application. So thank God after the application, they approved for me to subsidize the payments that were coming out of my wife's paycheck to cover that. They were always there when we needed them. This way we were able to focus directly on my health. You don't know exactly what to expect when you have brain surgery. It was very cold in the room. You hear clinging and rattling with all the utensils. I thought that they would hit a nerve that would take away my arm, my leg, or my eyesight. While I was under, my family was outside davening for me. About 10, 11 hours later, I got out of surgery. The size of the tumor was a little smaller than a golf ball. I was home for about 2 months trying to remember how to walk again, how to talk again, to learn how to eat by myself. Now, thank God, I'm able to move my fingers, I'm able to speak. I'm fully functional to operate as a Hatzalah volunteer. RCCS was continuously paying the insurance premiums even after my surgery. When you have a specialized illness, you want to have the best. And in order to have the best, you need to have the best insurance. RCCS was there to provide that support in order for me to take care of myself and my family.
When you're at your chuppah and you're saying Hariyat Makudeshes, you're going to be married to this person. Your vision is we're going to grow old together, you're going to build a family. And you know there's going to be curveballs on the way, but you never think it's going to be something as an illness.
Hearing my wife on the other end telling me that he's being wheeled into surgery, emergency surgery, it doesn't look good, it might be cancer. I was flying down the highway, just bawling. These are arguably the darkest, most painful, most difficult days that a parent or parents go through.
Probably about 2.5 years ago, she went into the doctor and the doctor said, you have strep throat, but I want you to get checked out. Your lymph nodes are a little swollen. We sort of forgot about it. Beginning of January, we went on a trip to Florida and her grandmother looks at her and she says, Michal, you have something on your neck. You have to get it checked out.
And when we turned to doctors for guidance about where do they think this could go, they didn't have good answers for us.
When it's a loved one, you sort of are in denial that no, it can't be. But then eventually went for a biopsy, and that's when the actual diagnosis came back that it was Hodgkin's. It was a shock to me. I lost it. I just couldn't believe it. Like, you hear about cancer hitting people and you never think it's gonna happen.
It was February 12, 2012. I was fully employed after I had gone through some surgeries, and we racked up an exorbitant medical bill. I was terminated from that position.
My wife was strong. She says, don't worry, we'll get through it, it'll be fine. But as the father and as the husband, you're worried, you have to figure this out now.
word got out that I was terminated, and somehow somebody connected us with RCCS.
My wife spoke to her college teacher. She said, you know, there's an organization out there called RCCS. Give them a call. There's a lot in cancer. There's so many different types, so many different doctors. It's a maze.
RCCS stepped up very, very quickly, asked me to send some materials over. Got back to us, I think, in about a week that we were approved.
She ended up speaking to a woman who was working there. When she actually came over the night after, just brought over a Kugel and said, don't worry, we're going to get you through all this. And that's when we started, really deciding what hospital to go to. We weren't sure which doctors to use. RCCS was very helpful.
The idea of not having just access to quality medical care and the thought of having to go bankrupt or mortgage the house to pay for that can be unbearable.
Then I reached out to RCCS and, they asked me, well, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a nursing home administrator. I said, yeah, I think I'll be okay. I have good insurance. And I clearly remember the woman saying to me, she says, we're going to help you out because you don't realize the cost of medical expenses.
Having an organization like RCCS that just takes that burden off of a family, that they don't have to worry about the health insurance, so that they can just do what they need to do for their kid. There are no words to describe how important that is.
As she started the chemo, they said to her, you're going to be very prone to infection. We need you to stay away from young kids and people who aren't feeling well. My son Yitzi understood that his mother was sick. She couldn't be with him the whole time, the same type of mommy he was used to. Where's mommy? Mommy's sleeping, mommy's not feeling well, and mommy's in bed. Racheli, she just asked for her mommy, and her mommy wasn't there, and it was a very traumatic experience for her. When you make that first phone call and the warmth that greets you with the women who are answering the phones and they're your shoulder to lean on, to cry on, and just to have people who know what's going on in that medical field and where are you going to run into issues and anything they can smooth out. It's a very hard, trying time. You want to have your support group, and RCCS offered that.
RCCS ended up paying the insurance for about 21 months.
It ended up really being a lifesaver because it was one less thing for me to have on my plate. My wife is bleeding on her, she's doing well, and things have gotten back to normal.
Zakai is a very active kid. He plays basketball right outside our house a lot. He's involved in PAL hockey here in town. Absolutely loves it.
RCCS doesn't have a huge payroll. These people are volunteering their time, their effort to make sure that people are given the 100% best treatment they can possibly get.
Let's go.
This is the organization that single-handedly saves people's lives. I don't think I'd be the same person, my wife would be the same person without RCCS.
The possibility of one of your kids not making it and having the ability to rush him into an emergency surgery under the RCCS funded insurance. There's no doubt about it that it saved his life. Hearing my wife on the other end telling me that he's being wheeled into surgery, emergency surgery, it doesn't look good, it might be cancer. I was flying down the highway, just bawling. These are arguably the darkest, most painful, most difficult days that a parent or parents go through. Turned to doctors for guidance about where do they think this could go. They didn't have good answers for us. It was February 12, 2012. I was fully employed After Hezekiah had gone through some surgeries, and we racked up an exorbitant medical bill, I was terminated from that position. Word got out that I was terminated, and somehow somebody connected us with RCCS. RCCS stepped up very, very quickly, asked me to send those over, got back to us. An organization like RCCS that just takes that burden off of a family, that they don't have to worry about the health insurance, so that they can just do what they need to do for their kid. There are no words to describe how important that is. RCCS ended up paying the insurance for about 21 months. Zakai is a very active kid. He plays basketball right outside our house a lot. He also started karate at the beginning of the year. He's involved in PAL hockey here in town. Absolutely loves it. The possibility of one of your kids not making it and having the ability to rush him into an emergency surgery under the RCCS funded insurance. There's no doubt about it that it saved his life.
So Mimi was born on the third night of Hanukkah in 2009, and she was your typical baby. And when she was a year and a half in September, she had a fever, and it wasn't breaking. So we called after about a day. So we called our pediatrician, and there was this look on the doctor's face of like a little concern. So we're at that point already shaking a little bit. This is our first child. She's only a year and a half old. So they said we wanna do some blood work because there's something that's not right in the stomach. And the doctor turned to us and they said, you need to go to the emergency room. So we went, and I mean, it was probably the longest drive of our lives. And we were shaking because it's as if someone came with a big baseball bat and just started beating you everywhere, just beating you. And you don't even know what to do next. When your life changes like this, you develop a new routine, a new normal. And it involves going to the clinic. It involves administering medicines at home. It involves having in your closet a chemo spill kit in case chemotherapy drug spills on the floor. You need to cover it a certain way. You learn about cleaning PICC lines. You learn about giving shots at home. You learn about EpiPens in case she's allergic to something. And my wife ended up leaving her job to be full-time mommy, because that's what we needed. My job allowed me to basically take off once a week because I needed to take care of my family. And I will be forever grateful to them for allowing me to do that. We started seeing that our insurance premiums were really, really high. They were about $4,500 a month. The reason our insurance was so high was because we had great coverage. Mimi became allergic to one of the medications. And the substitute for this medication cost $18,000 per dose. I think what people need to realize when they give money to RCCS is that they're not just giving $1 and that dollar is going to somebody or to help with something. They're going to pay insurance premiums. Insurance premiums that may cost $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, but then that cover $18,000, $25,000, $50,000 of coverage. the leveraging of a dollar that RCCS does, the way it stretches it, the way it literally helps with cures. It helps people put food on their table. It helps in so many ways. It's such, there's nothing like it. There's really nothing like RCCS. And I can't tell people enough how important it is. So Mimi was born on the third night of Hanukkah in 2009, and she was your typical baby.
It's time to raise the yellow flag of hope. Welcome to the RCCS Auction 2022. Join us as we raise the banner of hope to Cholei Yisroel with our host, the hilarious Mendy Pellin, featuring meaningful moments with the world-renowned hosts of the Meaningful People podcast, Nachi Gordon and Momo, as he interviews Klal Yisroel's Askin and dear friend of RCCS, Rabbi Chatzkel Bennett. Words of inspiration with Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan. Interviews with world-renowned entertainers Yaakov Shweki and Baruch Levine. We raise the flag to the associates of BFG Financial for being out there every day to provide protection for families in the community. We salute our corporate sponsors, Reindeer Consultants, Zoller's Nutrition, Road to Recovery, Lulu Clothing, Renegade and Toe Furniture, Supreme Medical Management, Metropolitan Reality Exemptions, MD Billing, Ellie Friedman Productions, GM Insurance, Hamaspic Managed Care, MGI Insurance, Plaza Management, HML Brokerage, Olivey, 530, Zone Tech. On behalf of the auction team at RCCS, we thank you for raising the flag higher than ever. GCNY Marketing, Mailway Services, Click and Market, DriveUp.com, JetWave, Stellar Productions, Pivot Group. We salute over 1,000 hostesses across the globe. Our coordinators, you are our stars and stripes. Borough Park, Esti Rubin, Esti Heskel, Esti Sternbach, Williamsburg, Chani Malki Sinai, Rosie Frantos, Esti Waldman, Muncie, Chai Schlisselfeld, Vegi Kalmanovitz, Javi Coleman, Lakewood, Henny Weingarten, Tali Weldler, Five Towns, Frady Osina, Devori Dax, Flatbush, Rachel Fishman, Aliza Zeltzer, Miri Klein, Crown Heights, Miriam Weiss, Florida, Ruchi Wasserlauf, Monroe, Shane DeFarkis, Ruchi Goldberger. We salute the individuals who make this campaign magical. Brian DeFarkis, Ricky Banda, Chai Schlisselfeld, Gitti Oberlander. Thousands of Cholei Yisroel say thank you for the love, support, and heart you have shown. You are proof that together we can rise above the challenges and wave the flag of victory. Win big. The more you give, the more you get. Every ticket you buy has a ripple effect. Flag your prize now. 877-332-2808 or rccsauction.org. Cancer is a red flag. Today, we turn it yellow. Raise the flag. Raise it high for Cholei Yisroel.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome to the RCCS live auction. This is an incredible evening we have planned for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Yes, you're a big fan of RCCS. We're raising the flag for Cholei Yisroel tonight, and we've been doing it for a long time now. Why am I starting off here in this undescript parking lot? For all you that have been looking for a parking lot in Brooklyn really, really hard, believe it or not, this gold mine is right here at the Rifei Chaylim Cancer Society's headquarters. And why is there a parking lot here? It's so that patients can drive right in here, very discreetly, very privately, and then come right into the patient intake room, not walking through the offices, not anyone seeing them. It is very private. And tonight we are going to be doing the show from that patient intake room. And all this, everything in this building that you're going to see here has been sponsored. And when I mean sponsored, I mean, like, for example, the guy that did the low voltage in this building, he came here every Sunday himself to wire up the building. People donated their time, their resources, and slowly but surely all the resources came together to build this amazing place for Cholei Yisroel. So let's go right in here. Let's begin this amazing, tremendous evening where we, again, are raising the flag for Cholei Yisroel. Now, what does that mean, raising the flag? If you see over here, this kind of looks like we're in some Russian bunker, but it's actually the Rifei Chaylim RCCS flag, and the idea is that there are red flags through the entire process of going through this horrible illness. If you or someone you know, family member, has gone through it, you know about these red flags. And Baruch Hashem, we have RCCS, which turns the red flags, converts it into yellow flags. Yellow flags means action, means support. It means that they're with the patients all the time, holding their hand every step of the way. Not only their hand, but their entire family. And tonight, we are culminating an amazing few weeks that has been fundraising money. There's been 1,200 hostesses that have been arranging private events in their local communities, raising money. It's called the Women of Wonder. And that's how we got this, holding almost at 4,000. And tonight, we are going to attempt to get there. Did I say 4,000? 4 million. Yes, 4 million. And how are we going to get there? We're going to get there by you going through our prizes, rccsauction.org, and it's not too late to buy some of these amazing prizes, and these funds will go directly to help the patients that RCCS helps. So get on there right now. You can give a phone call. The phone number, I keep on forgetting the phone number. It's 877. I'll get the phone number for you right now. Is it up here? Okay. All right. And you can go on the website. You can give a call and buy those tickets. This is your last chance. It's 877-332-2808. RCCSauction.org. Buy the tickets. There's not that much time left, so buy it right now. And let me tell you something. What a show we have planned here tonight. We have Nachi Gordon coming up here for a meaningful minute. We have Momo, and they're interviewing the very famous, the world-renowned Cheskel Bennett, which you've seen on the show here before. We have Words of Inspiration by Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan, and interview with my very good friend Yaakov Shweki and Baruch Levine, world singers, world famous singers. And I also want to say that we're running here live in Lakewood on Radio Kol Brahma WMDI 107.9 FM, Smooth Lakewood. Now tonight, we are doing something else. We're doing something very different. We are also taking this opportunity to raise the flag for for somebody else. We want to raise the flag to the BFG associates. Now, you've heard of BFG before. You've seen them around. You've seen ads, and you've gotten phone calls from people calling you, nudging you. But behind the scenes, I will tell you from personal experience that these BFG associates are the real heroes. They're real heroes walking among us in the community. I just mentioned that this red flag reminds me of Russia. One of the greatest things that Putin has done was he kicked out a rabbi in Russia. But the good thing about it is that when he came to the US, he joined the BFG team. And he called me, and he called me, and he called me, and he called me, and he asked, I want to review your life insurance policy. You know those phone calls you've gotten. I said, I already have life insurance. I'm taken care of. Stop. He said, no, let me review. And he kept on calling and nudging until I was like, okay, all right, review my life insurance. So we made an appointment. We sat down, and it turns out that my policy lapsed several years ago. I didn't even know. 2 years prior, my policy lapsed. I didn't have life insurance. And he really helped get me set up. And this man, his name is Yossi Morozov. He represents many BFG associates. So tonight, we thank you. We thank you, the BFG associates, which not only helps our community, but also this past year, well, we're going to talk about it with our upcoming guests. I'm not going to spoil it for you. But first, here's a word from our sponsor.
Protect your child from the elements. Try Chapter 1's immunity-boosting, yummy flavored gummies. Your kids will love it. Chapter1vitamins.com. Yummy!
My gratification on a day-to-day basis varies, but it usually comes from when I was successful in helping someone. You have a meeting with someone, they tell you they have life insurance, and you open up their policy and you see they either have a $200,000 whole life policy. If something happens tomorrow, it's not going to help their family, and I can add on a $3 million or a $5 million cheap term policy that will fit within their budget. Or you have someone else who has a nice amount of insurance, but you notify them that's going to expire in 9 years. And with their age and health, they might want to reconsider how to extend their policy now. I get a lot of gratification when I help people, including when no business comes out of it. Just think about it last week, somebody that I realized he needs help. I took all his policies that he has, I made him a chart. He needed help with the explanation. I said, come to my office. He came in, we sat down and went through everything. It's possible I'll do business with him, but what was very interesting is that when he left, I thought to myself, if I did zero business with him, I'm probably happier than some of the other clients. I really helped him out. I gave him a full perspective of what's going on, and he'll be a lot more successful going forward.
Welcome back to the RCCS auction. It's so nice to be back. This year, RCCS is raising a flag to our associates in our community. We have a lot of associates at BFG. Now, these BFG associates are real life heroes. They're like undercover, walking around, and we're going to get into that a little later. But right now, I am here in our studio, the studio at the RCCS beautiful headquarters, talking with the CEO of BFG, Rabbi Yoel Felberbaum. It's a hard name to say here. Rabbi Yoel, thank you so much for coming here. And I know that you have a long history with RCCS. And why don't we start with how that began?
It began with an unfortunate situation. My father was diagnosed like it was in the end of 2020, I think. Sorry, the end of 2019, August 2019. And unfortunately, he was diagnosed with a tumor in a place where it's not really curable. So we knew that it's a matter of time, whether it's 6 months or 2 years. And we started working. We tried our best to make sure that we're giving him the best possible and tried to drag it out for as long as possible. And this is when we got introduced to RCCS, particularly a guy named Cholei. So what people know about RCCS is that RCCS is an organization that saves lives, and they do, and it's very important. And people always speak about success stories, things that happened, people got cured, and it's amazing. Unfortunately, my father's story did not end this way. He did pass away, and by August 2020. However, what we realized then as a family, particularly with Cholei, two things that I think people don't know so much about RCCS. Number one, even though a story does not always end with a success, depends what you call success. Success does not always mean that the person stayed alive. Everyone dies at some point, unfortunately. People don't realize what it means a year, a month, a week, or a day to stay with a family. My father has a lot of children, a lot of grandchildren, and every day he was here was a blessing. There were a lot of simchas during that time, and every day we were able to have him, and we realized that after that, every day we were able to drag on. It was amazing, and specifically with the quality of life that he was able to have because of RCCS. And again, Cholei, we owe a lot to him. So number two, what people don't realize, sometimes you have conversations with an organization and you have conversations with a doctor, and you know that it's a hopeless situation. It's a matter of time, and it's hopeless. So when he was diagnosed for the second time, meaning that when it came back, we knew it's a hopeless situation. And I remember us being on the phone with Cholei, and we both sort of knew it's hopeless. And what I would have expected from a guy like that to say, listen, I have other people to attend to, unfortunately. There's nothing to do here, and I don't know why you were calling me, and let's end the conversation. But he didn't say that. We stayed in touch during the entire time, and sort of just having the comfort that the organization did not walk away. He did not just give up because the doctor says that there's nothing to do, and it didn't just walk away because he didn't believe there was nothing to do. There was no such thing as accepting a person's fate, and we tried fighting until the end, while we both knew that it's not realistic and it's not reasonable. But that was amazing to us. It was amazing, and it was very meaningful to us. So this is where we, at an unfortunate event, I personally got acquainted with RCCS in a very unfortunate but a very meaningful way. And RCCS means a lot to me and to our entire family. We owe a lot to RCCS, and I want to take this opportunity to thank particularly Cholei. My family asked me to particularly mention his name. So thank you, RCCS, and thank you, Cholei.
A lot of people don't realize that it's not just the patient. There are so many people that get affected by by your father getting sick, getting cancer. It affected so many people, and RCCS understands that.
Absolutely. Again, the success story is not always that the person stayed alive. The success story is that he was able to attend another bar mitzvah that was very meaningful to us, and another chasanas and other simchas that was amazing. And again, this just having someone to speak to in a time like that, and the person just doesn't walk away because it's a hopeless situation. It was an amazing experience, and it meant a lot to my father and to the family.
The people that are watching tonight, they know, they've heard of BFG, they've heard of your company. Everyone's heard of BFG in some way or another. They've gotten a call, they've seen an ad. There are associates. A lot of people don't know exactly what they do. But right now, tonight, we are thanking the associates. We're raising a flag to the associates, these amazing people that I've had firsthand dealing with. What do you have to say to your associates tonight?
If I have an opportunity to speak about my associates, our associates at BFG, I'm honored and grateful every day that we have the opportunity to support them. The associates are the one who do the hard work, and I don't think they ever get the recognition, appreciation they deserve, but they are doing the hard work. They're going out every day, and they are focusing on protecting families, and as we said earlier, the commission that they make doesn't always justify the hard work that they do, but they do it from their heart, and we see it every day. And I want to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate all BFG associates on behalf of Klal Yisroel for the hard work that you do, that you go out every day, do the hard work, and protect families from financial disaster in case of a death or disability. Thank you.
And this past year, one last thing, this past year, you had a campaign that for every policy,
Protect a life,
save a life, every policy that was made, RCCS got a kickback, and I believe there was a very sizable check at the end of the year, and that was all because of the associates.
Absolutely. They actually, it was a campaign that BFG initiated, but they jumped on it and they worked extra hard. And we were able to give a nice check to RCCS. Again, thank you all BFG associates for the hard work, and we are grateful to be able to be at your side, helping you do whatever you do.
All righty. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for your support. Appreciate it. Thanks, Al.
I'm in the life insurance business since 2010. I meet with people who I would say are very much in my situation, which is young families, growing families who are looking at their current situation and at their future and saying, how do I make sure that my family is protected if, God forbid, I were to pass away or my wife were to pass away? And we're able to put plans in place that make sure that if, God forbid, they're in such a situation, so obviously there would be all types of issues at that point. We could take care of the money part. We could make sure that that family will never have to worry about paying bills, and they could therefore worry and focus on living and moving on. And that's what we do. And we do that as much as possible. And it's incredible because there's a lot of ways to make money, but to be able to be in a position where your income comes from helping people that you know, people that you care about, your friends, your neighbors, your relatives, helping them be in a situation that protects their family, puts their family in a more secure place, is a very great place to be. Unfortunately, we did have a few claims, and for that moment, you become the most important person in that family's financial life, which obviously the financial part also spills into the other parts of their life. They're able to then live in a different way as compared to somebody who has to worry about, bills on, every day. But even before that, even without a claim, just being able to know that that person's family will never have this issue. Being able to put people in that situation gives them all a tremendous amount of peace of mind, and gives me peace of mind knowing that I was able to help facilitate that through working with them.
At the core of every successful medical practice is efficient billing. The accuracy, the knowledge, the punctuality. It's what sets one doctor apart from another. When your medical billing is being addressed by a competent firm, your entire focus, time, skill, and attention is channeled into your patients and their needs. That's the essence of MD Billing Solutions, serving doctors that appreciate efficiency and understand the value of perfectly executed billing. Choose MD Billing Solutions, the firm trusted by medical practices that want better.
RCCS, we are back for another year of helping Klal Yisroel, another year of seeing what it is that our brothers and sisters are unfortunately, what they're going through. and to really appreciate what it is that RCCS, the incredible, incredible organization that is breathing life into those who are unfortunately struck with the worst that humanity sometimes has to go through. Tragedy and triumph. Tragedy and triumph. Two worlds, two separate places that you didn't live in both of those realities. Tragedy, when it hits, when it strikes, you can't ever plan for it. It's not something that chas v'shalom we ever even imagine. But when tragedy does hit us, as Yidden we know, equal to the tragedy is triumph. Equal to the hurt is going to be a hero who's going to come through to help us. Equal to what it is that makes us so afraid, that keeps us awake at night. We know that there's going to be somebody, a hero from RCCS, who themselves will not be able to sleep at night until they've gone through what it is that they feel their responsibility. They feel that their push and drive and purpose in life is to be able to help that person who cannot sleep. Rabotai, I had a student recently who I told him, we're having this test and then we have to read the Gemara inside, a few different things. And he looked at me and said, Rabbi, I'm only human. And that brought back a memory. It brought back a memory from my Rebbe, Rav Yitzchak Berkowitz, that he said to us, if you should ever have a student who says to you that they're only human, you stop them right there. And you tell them, only human? Do you know what human beings are capable of? Do you know that as a human being, we have the ability to understand Maisa Merkava? We have the ability to unravel the mysteries that is Shamayim and Aretz. We have the chutzpah to delve so deep into the reality of this world that Hashem made us and to keep on pushing through it. You're human. It's amazing. You're the most incredible thing that Hashem has ever put on this world. Don't ever say you're only human. Celebrate the fact that there is nothing that can stand in front of your Ratzon because you are human. But then there are those that their humanity is tested beyond what most normal people are. Those are the unfortunate but the chosen, the warriors, the ones who unfortunately have to suffer through sickness. I had somebody in my community that their child got sick. Leukemia. I remember visiting them in the hospital. The first words out of my mouth, RCCS. Did you call them? And they didn't know about it. They got in touch. Baruch Hashem, their son is doing fine. But years later, whenever I see them, they say, Rabbi, thank you for introducing us to people who are superhuman, to people who understand what it is to be a warrior that never stops or fails until they get what it is that we as the patient need to happen. And I told them in turn, you too are going to become warriors because Hashem went and put you through this. And on the other side of this, you're not going to recognize yourself. You're going to become so much bigger, so much more superhuman. RCCS deals in a superhuman place with patients who are unfortunately put through the worst of the worst, but who themselves find a conviction to demand of themselves superhuman strength. And tonight, we get to connect with them. We get to stand arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder with these giants and to let them know that although maybe we aren't built to stand in the tragedy, but we will be the impetus. We will be the power. We will be the ones to spark their ability to keep on doing their superhuman work. That's tonight. You go out and you give for these warriors, for these superhuman heroes to go and to help those in tragedy reach their ultimate triumph. Tonight is the night that we show RCCS that, we'll give him the 3 million reasons necessary to be able to take Klal Yisroel to a place of happiness, to a place of triumph. And cut. Good.
5 minutes and 2 seconds.
Oh! So close.
To the dear members of the RCCS team, we are honored to be part of the corporate sponsors of tonight's event, and we made an unusual corporate decision. Instead of promoting our company, we would like to promote and express admiration and appreciation in the name of Klal Yisroel for Reb Hershel Cohen and family. What we need to promote is the chesed and continued dedication for Cholei Yisroel. Family Cohen teaches us the definition of chesed, the definition of running an organization with real corporate structure and yet full of Yiddish hearts. Today, we raise the flag for Mr. and Mrs. Cohen and family. Family Cohen did not stop after founding RCCS. They've kept it running with amazing dedication for the past 25 years. It was not enough for them to cover health insurance premiums. Reb Hershel saw the need to send food to families who need it on the day of treatment. For that, we raise the flag. Ellie saw the need to introduce the insurance deductible card that is covered by RCCS, so the patients do not need to worry about keeping receipts for reimbursement. For that, we raise the flag. Family Cohen is not only about helping Cholei Yisroel, they feel their pain and are constantly looking for ways on how to ease it. For that, we raise the flag. As you continue to raise the flag and raise the bar of chesed, may Hashem give you koyach to be able to continue with your avodas hakodesh in good health. Proud to be part of your family, your mechutanim, YHB and family.
Welcome back here. We are back at the RCCS studio, the RCCS auction. This room is actually in the headquarters. This year we did something a little different. We're not at a big fancy studio. Yes, we're not a big fancy studio here today. We are at the actual headquarters, and this is a patient intake room that I hope they didn't notice that we took it over for this event so that you and I can talk and enjoy each other's company. But let me tell you something, there's only a few minutes or an hour left for you to get prizes. So go to rccsauction.org. We are trying to reach our goal. We're getting there very, very soon, but we can't do it alone. We have to raise this flag together. So visit rccsauction.org or call 877-332-2808. That's 877-332-2808 and get your prizes. It could be that if you get your prizes at the last minute, maybe the tickets go to the top. So these are like the best tickets to get. So even if you bought tickets a few weeks ago, maybe get it now. In this makeshift studio right now, we have somebody very, very special. We have somebody that's representing the BFG Associates. And the reason why we're picking this individual is because they had this program called Protect a Life, Save a Life. For every policy that they got, they gave money to RCCS. And the associate that got the biggest amount of money, biggest chunk of money to come to RCCS, his name is Eli Engel, and he's here with me right now, and that's why he's representing everybody, all the associates, and we're going to give him an award for being just so awesome and being there for the community. And the way that I look at it, and correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes you have a father that pushes you to do things. He pushes you, and when you're a kid, you're like, stop it, no! And he's like, you got to do this. And you're like, no. And when you get older, 30 years later, you realize that, wow, I'm so grateful he did that. That's how I look at the associates. Sometimes it's not the most pleasant thing that you want to deal with. But I don't think there's anyone that regrets, being touched by the BFG associates. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
And would you consider yourself a father of Klal Yisroel?
Somewhat. I don't have a father, but...
I think that's going to be your new title tonight. And we wrote it on the plaque. I don't know if we wrote it on the plaque, but He has over 2,000 cases, over $2 billion in force protection. He is a very generous supporter of RCCS independently. We would like to present this plaque. Let's bring it in here. Do you have room on the wall for it?
We'll make room.
All right. This is presented, by the way, of the Executive Director of RCCS, Chaim Rapfogel. And it says here, presented to our dear friend Ellie Engel, representing all of the dedicated associates of BFG. Ellie's practice strongly represents BFG's mission of protection and personifies the passion and care of each and every member of BFG's associates. And I just want to point out that I read these complicated words having been through a yeshiva education, okay? Now, we also recognize Ellie's continued personal support to our organization over the years on behalf of more than 4,000 cancer patients, Rahman al-Islam, being serviced by RCCS. We thank Ellie and the team at BFG for their unwavering support to Cholei Yisroel and Klal Yisroel, presented at the Red Flag auction event, that's this here right now, December 15th, 2022, with gratitude, RCCS.
Thank you.
You can here, take a screenshot, everybody. Take a screenshot. There we go. Yeah. And oh, I'm just getting word that the leading team, the Muncie team, just hit $700,000. And I want to tell you, I've been looking out there, and we'll get there soon. The phones are going crazy here tonight. If you can't get through, keep calling. Get your tickets here. And a big shout out to the team Schlüsselfeld, who really did so much to raise that Muncie pot all the way. Go Schlüsselfelds! Okay, and now one of my favorite men here that I meet every year at the RCCS auction, and one of my favorite interviewers, the Meaningful Minute man. They join forces. Nachi Gordon, hit it away.
Hello, everybody. Nachi Gordon here from Meaningful Minute and Meaningful People. And you're about to hear an incredible conversation that we had with Chaskel Bennett. Chaskel, who's usually over there hosting the RCCS auction. This time he sat down as a guest for an exclusive Meaningful People podcast episode for our friends at RCCS and watching the RCCS auction. Thank you for supporting RCCS, one of the most important, crucial organizations that exists today in Klal Yisroel. And you'll hear about that we discussed with Chaskel, amongst many other things. So I hope you enjoy this episode, and thank you so much for watching. Okay, we are sitting here with Chaskel Bennett. What an honor. What an honor. Mishpacha over here.
Yes.
Important to note. Machatanim.
Gewalt. Nepotism, alive and well.
And we also have the Camp Monk Trinity alive and well.
Yeah. I remember when you used to come to camp. You do? On those Motzei Shabbosim. Sit on those benches in front of the main building. I came to visit my Rebbe.
David Trink.
I never left. He never left Camp Monk, and because he never left Camp Monk, I never left Camp Monk.
Gewalt.
He's the oldest camper. He was the oldest camper in camp, 50 years.
Wow. Unbelievable. So let's start, I guess, at the beginning of your life. Where'd you grow up? What's it like having the name Chaskel? I don't know so many Chaskels. Do you know many Chaskels?
It's a rare.
What's your name? Is Chaskel?
Chaskel Shraga.
Chaskel Shraga. But Chaskel.
Very Rebbish and Numan. Yeah.
There's no Chaskels nowadays.
Right. So it's interesting you say that because I hated the name when I was a kid. I did not love the name at all.
Chaskel or Chaskel Shraga?
Chaskel. I felt like what you just said. Moishi, Chaim, Tzvi, normal names. Yitzchak. Why do I have to be Chaskel? Right. As I got older, though, I learned to appreciate the uniqueness and the originality of it. And the most fascinating part of the Chaskel stuff is that I always knew, interesting, we'll talk about this later, that there was a Yid. My father used to get the Jewish Observer, and I was a young kid, and I couldn't read the Jewish Observer because it was very scholarly, so I used to love to see the ads and the pictures. I was a kid. What was I, 8, 9, 10? and invariably there would be a picture of the great Rabbi Chaskel Besser.
Mm.
And so I always knew that there was a super, I didn't know the word Askin back then, a super Klal Yisroel hero named Rabbi Chaskel Besser. And that had an influence on me. And in fact, my first Aguda convention, I met Rabbi Besser for the first time. And somebody brought me over to him. Says, Rabbi Besser, this is Chaskel Bennett. With a big smile, if you knew Rabbi Besser. Huge, beautiful smile, beautiful face. He says, the andere Chaskel. Made my day, made my life.
Wow.
And so, interesting name. I'm named after my grandfather. My grandfather's father.
Was he known as Chaskel also?
He was known as Chaskel Weiss, yes.
All right, Mr. Shem. That's beautiful. Right. That's really nice. So thank you so much for joining us here. You grew up in Queens.
Yes, Kew Garden Hills.
Quiet place.
The forgotten borough.
Literally.
Very quiet. Kew Garden Hills was an interesting place in the 1970s. Great neighborhood.
I thought you were born in the 90s. You were born in the 70s?
I'm an old man.
What?
It's hard to believe. When I joined the Aguda board, not this time when they announced it, I don't know why they announced it. When I joined the Aguda, I was the youngest member of the Aguda board. That was like my was my byline. I don't know, it was about 10 years ago.
Oh, nice.
Like it was a young guy. He was finally a young guy on the board.
Wow.
Youngest guy. I'm not the youngest guy on the board anymore. 1970s.
And you trailblazed.
Yeah, okay.
Set the trend. Start young.
Yes. Or whatever. Call it what you wish. And the 1970s, Kew Garden Hills, great neighborhood. Everybody knew everybody. It's a very close-knit community. One side knew the other. There were not that many shuls. It was really it's so funny. I meet people all the time. They know my family's there. My family's still there. So for me, Kew Garden Hills was a great place to grow up, but it was also a little bit behind the curve. It was not, I don't want to say it was not exciting. It was a wonderful, beautiful neighborhood, still is. Fantastic people, real people. And for me personally, I always felt like the action was in Brooklyn. And so I always had my eye on everywhere else but Kew Garden Hills.
Well, it's in Hancock Park, no? In L.A. That's where...
What?
Is
action.
It's Hancock Park in L.A.
Oh, is that where it is?
Is it?
I don't know. Not like Brooklyn.
Not like Brooklyn. I used to go off Shabbos and my poor parents. When I went to Yeshiva, I went to Adelphia. Yeah, I went to Adelphia, and I'm proud to say I went to Adelphia, yes. My Rebbe was David Train. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
And off Shabbos, my poor mother, I never came home. I wanted to go to my friends in Brooklyn.
But you had Shimon's.
At Shimon's. Yes, I was there for Shimon's.
Sandwich
Benji's.
bar, maybe?
No way.
It didn't exist?
No, sir.
Okay.
No. Shimon's, Benji's came later.
The combos were there, yeah?
Kamenetsky's?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, of course. Good people.
They're still there.
Great people. I remember
some of them.
I remember the Chaim.
Kamenetsky.
Sure. We went to Yeshiva Tveres Moshe. It was a very close-knit community. Kew Garden Hills, Forest Hills, Kew Gardens, Hillcrest, and Rego Park. And look, we were together. But Brooklyn for me was always somewhere down the, in my eyesight and on my vision. I ultimately ended up marrying a Brooklyn girl and then moved to Brooklyn. And that was I live in Brooklyn.
It's hard to say that the grass was always greener about Brooklyn because there's not a whole lot of grass.
No, there's no grass in Brooklyn.
There we go. Get a dig at Brooklyn.
At that point of my life, I was looking for action and for getting involved and being involved. And as I get older, I'm slowly starting to not so much the traffic.
It's so funny because Brooklyn is not trending nowadays. Not a lot of young people living there.
Yeah, it's mixed. It's a mixed bag. Flatbush is a huge community, gigantic. There's so much going on over there.
Still,
sure.
Hundreds of shuls and people and moistus and all sorts of great stuff that happen. And Flatbush is still a major.
I thought that North Woodmere took all the people from Flatbush.
Erroneous.
I didn't know that Flatbush.
Erroneous. Look, like every neighborhood in Klal Yisroel, let's face it, there's a lot of change going on.
Yeah.
Gentrification is a good word of neighborhoods.
That is a good
North
word.
Woodmere, it is a good word. Not really sure what it means, but but it sounds good.
Oh, it's a spectacular word.
There is a lot of change. There really is. And, Toms River and Lakewood, Muncie, Five Towns, a lot of change.
Boca.
Yeah, Boca, absolutely.
Yeah.
Florida, for sure. And so, there's a lot of change in Klal Yisroel, but I think some of the stalwart neighborhoods like Flatbush, they're still okay.
Before we get to sort of the roles that you took on in life, the things that you've done, as a little kid, I know that you went to Camp Monk, and I'm just curious. I went to Camp Monk. Mama went to Camp Monk. what Camp Monk, what role that played in your life, or the impact it had in your life. And I know Rabbi Trank was there. Did you know Rabbi Trank in Camp Monk before you went to Adelphia, or was it vice versa?
So for me, the Camp Monk connection was that I had an uncle. My mother's two brothers, two uncles, went to Camp Monk. So it was a family thing.
As it is for everybody.
Right. It was really a family thing. My uncle was there at the time. He's another Camp Monk legend, older than me by 9 years.
Are we going to name drop or not?
Isaac Weiss he lives in Los Angeles, Hancock Park. He was a head waiter. Everybody knew him. So my mother felt comfortable sending a 7-year-old or 8 years old. I can't play. I mean, I can figure it out, but I was quite young for sleepaway camp, but I was a handful, and I absolutely loved it. It was the greatest thing that ever happened. I would sit the entire year in Chazer over camp every night. My mother and I would talk about camp. She loved camp as a kid. So for me, camp was the most tremendous outlet, and it was really the best thing that ever happened to me as a child who was exuberant and had a lot of energy. Today they have titles and names for those kinds of things, HD, DD.
No, HD is high definition, but yeah.
I don't want to say it, but in truth, for me, I didn't notice. I actually allude to it in the Rabbi Trank book. I was given a tremendous honor of being able to write the foreword in that book by Gedaliah Zlotowitz, my dear friend, Camp Monk friend. All good things come from Camp Monk. He's a wonderful person, good guy, real leader in Klal Yisroel. Proud to be his friend. I was with him before he was that. Rabbi Trank was larger than life from the first time I laid eyes on him. He was an incredible influence in every possible way. Here was a man, I wrote, he was my Rebbe, and he was the greatest Rebbe on earth, and I didn't know what the next moment would bring, so I was just holding on for dear life. I didn't care. For me, it was just, this was my man. The first time.
For anyone that's not familiar, by the way, Art Scroll published the book Just Love Them on Rabbi Trank. I implore anyone that is not familiar with this book. I was telling my wife recently of everything that Art Scroll has put out to consume and to read about different tzaddikim, different gedolim of previous generations of our time. It is such a striking narrative about a man who was so unique in his way.
And what's most unusual about this book is that it didn't touch the surface of the man.
Wow.
It did not touch the surface. You could probably write 5 books. I think Rebbetzin Trank, Mrs. Trank, says it all the time. There's so much that they did not include here. And the Adelphia guys say too much Camp Monk. So for me personally, Camp Monk in Adelphia is just fine. But for me, the first time I ever really noticed him, and I make mention of that, is he would stand up and lead the camp when a Klal Yisroel would come. Now, Camp Monk is not one of these, huge camps. It's not 5, 6, 7, 1,000 kids. It's 210 kids. I think now it's a little bit larger, maybe 250, but
maybe a little larger.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
I don't know the numbers, but by us it was about 210 every year, and it was
still like,
and it was the
210 my days,
same kids. I mean, they would just let the new kids come in the lowest bunks, but basically we all went up the same way. That's why it's a fraternity. That's why we all know each other. Anyway. So David was given the honor of really leading the camp into understanding what to do when a Klal Yisroel comes. And my first recollection was when Yaakov Kamenetsky, Zechat Tzaddik V'Kadosh L'Vracha, came. I think it was 1980. And I didn't know Gadol, Rabbi Yaakov, who are these people? And I see this man just jumping and running and jumping, running down the hill, up the hill. The whole camp is lined up in their big day Shabbos. And he's just screaming, boys, a Klal Yisroel is coming. And for a young kid, 8 years old, to stand there and watch this, eyes wide open. I'm getting shivers just repeating it. I've said this story over 1,000 times. How do you not have reverence for Klal Yisroel at the age of 50 when you had a Rebbe who taught you at the age of 8 that you put your entire being into honoring who is today royalty in Klal Yisroel? And that has, for me personally, has affected me in many, many ways. My Rebbe taught us, my parents, Baruch Hashem, my father is also so long a yarn, very much machshav Klal Yisroel, but the exuberance, the enthusiasm, the just sheer love of life and reverence for David, strength for a Klal Yisroel, was beyond anything that I had ever seen before. Like, who is this guy? Who is this man?
I remember once, and this happened once or twice every summer, when a gadol would come to camp, and Rabbi Trank would, run up and down that driveway. And one time it happened when it was a beautiful day, and it was very easy for everyone to be outside.
It's my favorite story. What you're about to say.
And then one time it was just pouring rain, and he was doing the same exact thing.
Right.
Undeterred, unaffected.
Add to that, because he brings it down in the book, which I have here. I brought it with us just because I knew we would talk about him. He stood like a soldier. Everyone else ran for the hills. Umbrella is pouring, Catskill summer rain. The man stood there like a soldier. And I have a dream, and I've spoken to an artist. I haven't pursued it all the way yet, but I have a dream. That is the picture I want of my Rebbe on the wall.
Gewalt.
The rain is pouring. Everyone is scattered, and there he is in his spot, that a Klal Yisroel is coming, and there ain't no rain in the world that's going to throw me off message.
Wow. There's a challenge to all of our artistic listeners to sketch that out.
Right.
For Catskill.
It's just,
wow.
So you have that kind of influence that really carried me, went through it. I mean, he was my kind of person. If I could say that. He was living life to its fullest. He was so real and happy, just a happy person, and matched my energy by 100. And everybody loved him.
Makes you look shy.
And everybody loved him, and everybody knew him because he was there for so many years. So it was not like, oh, Rabbi Trank, even one of the story, again, go back to the story. Somebody says, oh, Rabbi Trank is here? I think I had his father as a learning Rebbe. The kid says, no, you had him. Wow. Right. So that for me was an influence that carried over. And I said to my mother when it came time for high school, I said, Ma, I'm going with him. I'm going to Adelphia. I had a lot of chaverim, good guys, really good guys, Ari Monk and Shua Stefanski and a bunch of wonderful people who were Adelphia guys. The Stern brothers, Yossi Stern, Rabbi Stern, son, the Rosh Yeshiva's son. Anyway, I'm going with him, and I went to Adelphia to be with Rabbi Trank all year round, and they became we were together, but not as everyone thinks. It wasn't always peaches and cream. He was very serious about chinuch, and he knew what he was doing. It wasn't just a free for all. You may think it is, but he was extremely calculated, and he understood kids. He won from me. I've said this more than once. Not just love them is a very nice title for the book, and he did, but the just love them didn't only come with unconditional love. He won from me very stark, and he was very, very tough on me, sometimes tougher on me, because he knew me and he expected more from me. And
that's real love.
Yeah, no, 100%. But when you're a high school kid, it's not so simple.
No, for sure.
And it takes you have to be mature enough to understand and appreciate that, which I wasn't, and I didn't all the time. As I got older, I recognized it. But certainly he was a master mechanech in every way possible. He knew how to motivate kids. He knew how to bring out the best in children, and it wasn't all about learning and learning and learning and learning. Recess was important. Sports was important. Music was important. And to me, that was my oxygen. I played keyboard. I taught myself drums. I loved basketball. All the things that he recognized as being a tool to get you to become what he felt that you could become I was bought in. And all of his talmidim, you could ask anyone, and he found every nekuda that applied to you to figure out in you what, if you love to cook, he recognized it and you became the cook. Brings down the book of a story of a kid, who he got into trouble actually on a Motzei Shabbos. He was making eggs illegally in the kitchen like all yeshivas do. And he was very angry at them and he shut them down. And then 2 weeks later, he told the boy, he said, the boys love your eggs. I want you to start making eggs.
Wow.
So it took 2 weeks. You got your lesson. You were doing something illegal. Now ask rishus and do it responsibly. But you have a kishron. You have a talent. and I want you to use it, and I want you to be good at it. Now, do you not think that that kid felt like $1 zillion? His Rebbe recognized that he had a talent in him. That kid now tomorrow in Shir, and 10 years from now in Shir, and 20 years now, that kid grows up being recognized for having a talent, which is so important today to figure out what every person can contribute to Klal Yisroel. There's so many people who feel lost, who feel left out, who feel shut out because they haven't found an ability to participate and to be productive, and they have the ability if only someone would recognize it. And it goes from being depressed about it to being angry about it. And that manifests itself, in my experience, to being angry at Yiddishkeit, to be angry at Rabbonim, to be angry at people. And it's so sad and it's so fixable. If we could just find, look, you guys found something fantastic to do. You're doing something magnificent. You're getting people into conversation. You're good conversationalists. Instead of just shooting the breeze on a corner or after shul on Shabbos, you're doing something productive with it. You're bringing out good people and sharing them with Klal Yisroel. It's a wonderful talent. There are tens of thousands of people who are sitting at home now listening to this, and you have to ask yourself, what talent do I have that I can use to contribute to Klal Yisroel? Every gemach that ever was created by someone who says, I can do something. I've mentioned this many, many times. I've written about it. Every good organization in Klal Yisroel, every great organization in Klal Yisroel, name it, RCCS, Bonei Olam, Hatzalah, Agudas Yisrael, and on and on and on, have all been started by a person or a group of people. Was not started as like this community consortium, let's figure it out. Think about the gigantic talent that and contribution of the people. Rabbi Weber, Herschel Weber, who started Hatzalah.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It's crazy.
Crazy, it's beyond crazy that one person saw something wrong and fixed it. Bonei Olam is no different. RCCS is no different. And Chai Lifeline, and one after the other, somebody somewhere in the recesses of their mind saw a need, a void, and filled it, and is filling it, and Klal Yisroel is the beneficiary of it, and the best is yet to come. If you're watching this and you're listening to this, find your place and contribute. We need you.
We will continue this conversation in just a second, but sending it back to Mendy Pellin.
Right back.
In the RCCS studio.
Back to you, Mendy.
The doctor called him and told him that unfortunately, after reviewing the scans, there's a very high chance that we will not be able to save your eye. It devastated him. He called RCCS, and our team jumped right into it. The top doctors in Sloan reviewed the case and assured us that we can go ahead and do the surgery and save the eye. And Baruch Hashem, after a 10-hour surgery, the doctors came out, and he's seeing with both his eyes now.
Yes, indeed, turning fear into hope. That's what RCCS does, and that's why we're here tonight. Welcome to the RCCS auction. This has been, I think this is like the 5th time or the 6th time that I'm doing this, and every year it just keeps on surprising me at how many people join in to help. And you can get us to the goal tonight. We're going to $4 million. We're almost at 339. So call in. We're almost at 3.9 million. Call in and get your prizes. And it's not about the prizes. It's about supporting this cause that supports our community. 877-332-2808. That's 877. Oh, you got to get a pen? Okay, I'm going to wait. Here, you get a pen. Write it down, or better yet, just start typing it in. You ready? Get your phone. Okay. 877-332-2808 or rccsauction.org. There are some amazing prizes here in this auction book. You can see I don't have to go through them right now. We don't have that much time because we're going to have to pick the winner very soon. So call up 877-332-2808, rccsauction.org. And tonight we are raising the flag to BFG Associates, who teamed together in a campaign to protect a life, to save a life. And they donated a lot of money to RCCS. We want to thank them very much. And we want to salute all the associates for being a hero in our community. And my next guest tonight, you know him, I know him, we go way back. He needs no further introduction, Yaakov Shweki.
On behalf of the over 4,000 patients at RCCS, I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to do this interview with us.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
If you could just tell the audience a little bit about your journey to becoming Yaakov Shweki.
The challenge was obviously to, with the young kids, to be always home for Shabbos. That's one of the things that we took upon ourselves through asking the Rabbanim. And along the way, there was, of course, many, many questions. But when you ask and Gedolim answer, and you're able to, continue to learn, well, until to this day, I'm able to learn and accomplish and sing my song and sing songs that everybody is singing. It's tremendous chus. I didn't realize the gravity and the responsibility of just singing, because it's not just a song and it's not just entertainment. It's people's lives that are hooked onto the inspiration to change their lives through music. And I didn't see that till a good few years in. And so many people, I'm sure RCCS knows, are broken. And so many people feel like they need something to hang on to a message. And music was sent to this world to mend the broken heart and to actually sometimes cry to and sometimes, get uplifted by. And the more songs, the more singers, the better. If somebody's able to sing, somebody has the responsibility to go and to be mesameach and to inspire.
If there's a song that sticks out, I'm sure you get asked all the time for people to go sing to Cholim. Is there a song that sticks out that you like to sing to try to uplift the Cholim?
If you talk about Cholim, one of the first songs that I go to is a song that we composed. The truth is, we should do another song, but there was years ago, my friend was very, very sick with the Machla. Actually in here, near Long Branch, New Jersey. And I was doing Kesaria at the time, the second one. And I called my friend Baruch Levine and I told him, there's a song you sent me like 7-8 years ago we did nothing with that had different words. Can we change the words? And Hashem just sent me this Hashra and Siyata Dishmaya, and we did the song Refuah. Ovinu, Ovinu, Malkeinu, Shlach Refuah. And then we did that for him. Thank God, he was on the brink of death. Really, really on the brink. And totally, now Baruch Hashem, married and children. It's amazing, never to give up. I'll never forget landing from Kesaria, from the concert, and going straight to the hospital from the airport. When I saw him there, I thought it was over. The doctors thought it was over. My friend that was with me said, there's no shot, we can't. We were crying on the way back home from the Israel concert. And the next week, just small developments. I'm sure you see it. We can never give up hope. We can never give up hope. We can, of course, rely on the greatest doctors. But Avinu Malkeinu. He's Avinu before he is Malkeinu.
Unfortunately, somebody in your family was fighting cancer, and you got to see up close the incredible chesed of RCCS. Can you share with our audience a little bit about what you've seen, the impact of RCCS and the impact RCCS is having on Klal Yisroel?
You know what? It's the reason I'm doing this interview today. Zakar Satov is gratitude to RCCS on behalf of my family member. I remember when she got the news and she came home, the kids were devastated. My kids were devastated. They were all, what's going to be? Nobody knows what's going to be. And who are you going to turn to? Who are you going to go to? And the journey is just so difficult. Finally, somebody says, you know what? Call RCCS. Call them. Okay, another call. Let me try. She tells me today, and this is the reason we're here, that RCCS, without hesitation, without any doubt, without any checks in the mail or credit cards or anything, we are going to send you a team. We're going to make you a team, your team, and they're going to take you and they're going to take care of everything you need. She said RCCS was miracle workers, which they are. I want to thank every single one of them. Every single person that works to benefit people who are broken and have a tough journey ahead of them. Whenever she calls, no matter when it is and how it is, there's somebody to answer that call. So that chus should stand by you and your families to see only health and nachas from your children. The greatest attribute that we have to bring Mashiach in our generation is the chesed we do. And we are unbelievable at chesed. And RCCS is one of those organizations that just doesn't say no to people, creates a team for a family member that's broken, and is able to just give back the way they did. All power to you. And in Mitzvah Hashem, when Mashiach comes, this is the reason we're going to, enjoy Mashiach in our generation. They ask, why is it that we're going to be Zoiche as opposed to others? The chesed that's going on in Klal Yisroel today is just astounding. And RCCS is just a great testimonial to what's going on.
Baruch Hashem, RCCS is a chesed empire, but the Shwekis also built a tremendous chesed empire. So if you could share with the audience a little bit about what you built and how it came about.
Well, my wife really started, she was 16 years old. This is over 20 years ago. And back then, special children also, just as the Yana Machla is, special children is also a very private matter to a lot of families. And my wife would go pick up the children, and the mothers would put out the children without even showing their face because they were embarrassed. And my wife said, I've got to create a place that one day they come. Of course there's challenges, of course it's hard, but to create a place where they can just enjoy to a point where we just relieve so much of their sorrow, so much of their pain, so much of their responsibilities with the special child. Because as we know, the Jewish family is many, many children, not only a special child. And there's marriages and there's other things to do. And when you're just, so preoccupied with the challenges of a special child, what is there to do after school? And my wife said, after school, you're going to come to us. Her and her friend rented an apartment, and they took a few children on their own. I always asked her, what made you? I don't know. I just wanted to help. It's an amazing, amazing schus, the Special Children's Center.
You're incredibly inspiring. Your music's inspiring. Talking to you is inspiring. What inspires Yaakov Shweki? How do you get your inspiration?
Organization like yours, and that's why I'm here. To see, and listen, not everybody could do what you guys do on the magnitude, of RCCS, but to see Klal Yisroel helping each other in a way that I see all the time. Let's stand up and applaud Klal Yisroel and applaud these organizations. Klal Yisroel goes above and beyond to help each other. And that inspires me tremendously. I see it on a daily basis. I know firsthand the impact of an organization like RCCS. When you go through it on your own with a family member, then you realize that they're not just, okay, maybe whatever we can do, we'll do, and we'll reach you whenever we have an answer. It's not like that. Whenever you need us, we're there. So if you want to take $1 and really invest it correctly and invest it in a tzedakah, an organization that I know firsthand, and I'll be an aid right here and now to say it's money well spent. Give $1, give $2, give $3, whatever you can. It's not only about the amount, but give whatever you can to an organization that will do anything to help somebody and create a team around her. Create a team around her that she can call 24/7 whenever she needs for anything she needs, she told me. That to me is something that is angelic. Mashiach is Memshin Yudches. I think Chamovadia writes this. Mitzvahs Shmoinas Yemei Chanukah. Chanukah is coming up. Mashiach is a light. And the light of Mashiach, that's what brings the redemption closer to us. When you do things just without any, trying to get, publicity for it, just to help somebody else. Hashem should give you the strength to continue to help people people that get devastating news. Everybody's case is a little different and more personal, and some more dangerous than others. But at the same time, if you have a team to hold your hand through the journey, what else could you ask for? You know, this is what we're here for. In Klal Yisroel, Olam Chesed Yiboneh, to help out everybody else. So continue doing what you're doing, RCCS.
Thank you.
And again, express our Karas HaTov, continue to be Matzliach, and raise so much money that just like the Mishkan, Moshe said, you know, guys, stop giving. Should be a point where RCCS says, guys, we have enough, and I'm sure that's going to come soon. We have enough, stop giving. Should get to that point.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yaakov.
A frightening diagnosis suddenly transformed a blissful existence to a nightmarish reality. RCCS, the light in the darkness, providing medical guidance, insurance assistance, and unlimited support. MGI Brokerage has extended its support to RCCS in enabling cancer-stricken patients to receive proper medical care. You'll be reassured when you are insured by MGI. We offer premier coverage and protection you can count on.
I had the opportunity this past month to be able to take part in a wonderful Shabbat, a convention of Yidden coming together. And I sat next to somebody who is one of the higher-ups in Hatzalah. What a fascinating meal. What fascinating stories that I was told. But beyond the stories is the reality of how this incredible hero of Hatzalah wakes up every single day. Listen to this. He says to me, when I wake up every morning, after the night I had before where I had to run out and help and do and bring people to hospitals, lo aleinu v'lo alechem. He says, I wake up in the morning. After I say Moeda'ani, I say my own personal Moeda'ani. I said, you have your own personal Moeda'ani? Oh yeah, I do. See, I go up to the window. I look outside. Whether it's a gray sky or clear sky makes no difference. But I look up to Shemayim, and this is my tefillah. This is my prayer. I say, Eibishter, in this world, there are givers and there are takers. Please, today, let my family be from those who are the givers and never to have to be from those who are the takers. Rabotai, we are living in a world in which you can switch from being a giver to a taker, unfortunately, keharif ayin, like the blink of an eye. You know, it's funny, inside this little talk right now with RCCS, I'm given between 3 to 5 minutes. And to tell you the truth, life can change much quicker than that small window of time. I know for myself, unfortunately, when I had become sick, that change, that flip, it happens instantly. From becoming somebody who's a giver to now having to rely on the world to be able to have to take from them. But let me tell you something though. When you have an incredible organization like RCCS being the one to have to provide for you, being the one that has to call doctors for you, being the ones who have to fight your battle for you. You see, when unfortunately a person goes through this, the sickness, a lot of times, yeah, it's petrifying, but that's only the beginning. Having to find the right doctors, having to fight out the insurance companies, having to figure out parking, having to go through months and months of undecisiveness as far as which path is the right one, which chemo is the correct way to do radiation, to not do radiation. Do you understand these decisions are nearly impossible to make? And you need somebody to hold your hand, to be your guiding light, to be able to decide sometimes the impossible. RCCS, they're a breath of fresh air. They take out that chisaron. They take out that feeling of lack and having to be a taker because the smile that they have, the reassuring that they give you that all I want to do is to make sure you get better. All I want to do is make sure that you have family simchas from now on. All I want to do is to take this unfortunate time in your life, this darkness, and like we have Hanukkah coming up, I want to be able to light up your life with that. Mi ka'amcha Yisrael. You know, if you look at tonight as if RCCS is asking for your tzedakah, so then I question your Judaism. RCCS is not a tzedakah. Would you ever think if chas v'shalom your brother and sister were going through something tragic, would you ever say, well, I guess I have to dig into my pockets and find tzedakah? Or would you feel, Anochim chabat tzara, I'm with you in such pain, that there is no giver, there is no taker, there's only us. There's only us getting through this. RCCS, when they show up at the door of somebody who needs them, there is no feeling of giving or taking. There's only us. There's only brothers and sisters together going through a reality of something that is so terribly difficult. But don't worry, we're in this together. It's not a tzedakah. It's a lifeline that is one as a family, as biyachad. Mi ka'amcha Yisrael, goy echad ba'aretz. Tonight, and this is the beauty of tonight's fundraiser, tonight we get to see tens of thousands around the world shedding whatever it is, Sephardic, Ashkenazi, Hasid, doesn't make a difference, coming as one, not as givers, as takers, but as one family to make sure that everybody within our family, that they have an RCCS there to help them, to prop them up, and to make sure that this little bleep on the screen that is a sickness in their life, it passes knowing that together as one, Klal Yisroel arevim zelazeh, that we're in a rave for each other, we're connected to each other, and we dig into our pockets tonight to give, because truly our brothers and sisters need it, not from a koyach of tzedakah, but of course it is a tzedakah, rather from the koyach of connection, of Klal Yisroel. Now's that time. Go ahead. There's nothing to wait for. You know that you want to. You know that you have to. And you know that RCCS is the greatest place in the world as the connection to helping those in Klal Yisroel who unfortunately sometimes just don't know how to help themselves. Go ahead and give right now. When RCCS shows up at that door, there is no giver or taker. There's only us. There's only we are in this now. And we're going to make sure that this is only a small bleep on the screen of your life. We're going to make sure that the darkness that our brothers and sisters sometimes have to go through, it doesn't have to be this painful situation in which the entire world seems almost insurmountable. No. Kol Yisroel arevim zelazeh. We're all connected to each other. Mi ka'amcha Yisrael goy echad ba'aretz is written in Hashem's tefillin shel rosh, because when Hashem looks down, Hashem sees, there's no giver and there's no taker. They're all echad. And tonight is to live that glory. Tonight is where Klal Yisroel is coming from around the entire globe. All the way from Eretz Yisrael down to Melbourne, Australia, all different states over here in America, to go and to say, we are one. And we're banded together under the banner of RCCS to show that when our brothers and sisters are in that dire place that they need us, we are there as one. Tonight is the night to give. Go ahead, pick up the phone, go online, whatever it is, and let's push them well past that mark, so that biyachad we take care of our brothers and sisters. Okay.
In a world that knows sadness, RCCS knows hope. In a world that knows pain, RCCS knows referrals, support, and insurance. GM Insurance is a proud sponsor of the RCCS live auction. It is an honor to take part in one of the most vital organizations in the world, and we take great pride in supporting those who support cancer patients. GM Insurance provides a plethora of coverage to meet your insurance needs. Life happens. Be protected for the unexpected.
If it's done to perfection, it's an Ellie Friedman production. We create exceptional memories that last a lifetime. Ellie Friedman Productions brings creativity and motion. Ellie Friedman Productions.
Do you hear what I hear? No. No. Oh, you have different. I'm gonna make believe I just. All right. Oh wow! I just got some winners here. The first batch of winners, but you can still get into this auction right now. Join 41,000 other people. 41,000, just think of that number. 41,000 people in Klal Yisroel that have joined forces. You want to be a part of this. So join in right now. Get your tickets, rccsauction.org. The first three winners, here we go. We have for Gelt $500, Malky Tesler from Borough Park. Come on down and collect your money. I think it's in cash, so, you know. Wave, the Wave, which you know what that is. It's a one-night stay at the Wave Hotel. We have Chani Kushner from Muncie. Chani Kushner from Muncie. And because the next person got in early, which you are not getting in early, but, you know, she did. So she gets $500. Leora Robbie, which I don't know where she's from, but she got $500 for getting in early. Now all the rest of the prizes are still up for grabs, still available. So get in together with 41,000 other Jews all around the world. Get your tickets now. Come on. But I just want to take a moment because they don't even want recognition. But there is a company that sponsored this evening, and they did it lishma. They really feel for the cause. But I wanted to take a moment because I'm very familiar with what they do, and I want to give them a shout out. And also, it's the season. This kind of season, you think of Reindeer. Reindeer is a company. It's a premier tax credit firm, and it's currently specializing in employee retention credit, with over 870 million claims for its clients nationwide. With a focus on businesses that were disqualified in the past, they've helped hundreds of companies understand their options and get approved, helping them claim up to $26,000 per employee. So if you own a business, you will not regret calling Reindeer. I know you guys are sponsoring this evening because you are very appreciative of RCCS, but RCCS is very appreciative of you. Thank you, Reindeer, for all your support, not only tonight, but all year round. Now, I don't know if we can do this, but this is the first year that I am doing this at the actual offices of RCCS. Now, something interesting about RCCS is that all the money that they get donated doesn't go to build this fancy place that we're in right now. Every single part of this place has been sponsored by someone. Like, for example, in Crown Heights, where I'm from, the wallpaper here, the wallpaper in this whole place was donated by someone in Crown Heights that's fond of RCCS. The high voltage, the low voltage, the medium voltage, the extra large voltage, everything in this building was donated because somebody owns a business and appreciates RCCS. So we have the opportunity. We're not in an actual studio. We're at RCCS. So I thought that we should, if we could, you can move the camera? You can move that camera? Okay. So we'll see. Hopefully we can get out there. I want to give you a little tour of this place, of this little office while we're here. So here, come here first. Let me just show you what it says over here. This is the family consultation room, okay? And the reason why it's over here is I showed you, I don't know if you tuned in earlier, but right over here is an amazing indoor private garage. So any family or patient can come into this garage. They don't have to go to any office, or they don't have to walk by anybody. They could go straight into the family consultation room, and they have a couch. It's a great place. You haven't seen the whole place, but it's an amazing place where you can really talk about the options and get the support you need that RCCS does. And of course, nobody should ever have to come here. But if chas v'shalom you do, you are in good hands with RCCS. Now, if we go a little further here, look at this place. It is tremendous. It is really amazing. It is a grand, huge place. I actually got lost in here earlier. I was running around and I got lost. And right here, we have actual people that work day and night supporting RCCS's cause. So, oh, hey, how you doing? I know you.
What brings you here?
Well, you know, we're doing a live show here tonight. Let me get this here. Here we go. Hey, testing, 1, 2. Okay. So first here, I just want to stop at this very amazing plaque. Why don't you tell us who is responsible for this gorgeous RCCS building?
For sure. So as you mentioned before, I was listening in. While I'm working, I had an ear out. But as you mentioned, when this whole building project started, the expectation wasn't to have this state-of-the-art office like this. But as the process started and we started reaching out to all the subcontractors and the people who are going to do the actual work, put in the lighting, the plumbing, the electricity, put in the desks, the furniture, the carpet, one after the other started offering their services for free, the goods for free, the services for free. And we were able to put together just a spectacular place. All of them felt that for the tremendous work that the staff at RCCS does, it's very important to be comfortable, to have a nice place to work. It's just as important, if not more important, than any other place of work. So on this plaque is from our Chanukah Sabayis. The bigger ones weren't yet installed, but it just shares all the different people who donated their goods and services. So you have Rabbi Hartman, who is actually one of the board members of the building committee, and so many other people who put a tremendous amount of work into. You have fixtures, Big Apple designers, cooling and heating, lumber, and all the way over to the left, on the top corner, there's actually a very special person who's going to be a little bit mad later that we're pointing him out, but Reb Shia Cohn, who's Reb Herschel Cohn's son-in-law, and the husband of Mrs. Esty Cohn, the director of the entire Chinese auction. Maybe you met her. Yes. You met her. And Shia really ran the project from the RCCS end, and he put together all these subcontractors. He got all the donors. So Shia has to get a tremendous shout out, and I'm going to get a tremendous shouting. But very appreciative for Shia, and of course to everybody here who put in so much effort and donated tremendous amounts of money in the goods and the services and their hours and their staff's work. So a big shout out to them.
What's this area here? What is this area?
This area is actually the area where the medical staff works. So all the medical staff sit in these few aisles, and they sit here day and night, and they are on the phone with patients. I always say if a donor would just get to sit, if I could bring a donor to just sit right here next to Bjerli Markowitz for 10 minutes, it'll be a better job than we fundraisers can ever do. So we have little chance now to go and sit next to them and hear what's going on.
Wow. And what about these rooms here? What are these conference rooms?
So because it's a big open room and privacy is not always so excellent over here, if one of the staff need to go talk privately with somebody or sit privately, they have that little room that they can go in.
Okay, and there's a bunch of these rooms. And what are the rooms in the back? What are those? I mean, the cubicles and...
So the other side, the second half of it is the fundraising staff, the administrative staff, and so it's basically two halves. The middle, some of the directors sitting there, so...
All right, so I'm going to go right now and take a look. How's it going, Rabbi? What's your name?
Zishaloi.
Zishaloi. Now, I know that you came here for the auction, and it's late at night, but on any given night, is it possible that I can find you in the office?
Me or someone from this incredible staff. You're standing at the center of what's happening at RCCS. The heart and soul of the organization is in these cubicles here. Quite literally, I would say, the heart and soul. Some of them are dealing with heart issues, and these are the brain stems, the people who work with brain tumors. Everybody's working with their own unique expertise, specialty, and we're working day and night, sometimes here, sometimes from home. Whatever needs to happen, happens.
Amazing. Now, I know that it is very tough. The job that they have is so heavy. And how are they able to, and how are you able to put in so much time without it really weighing on you and really, psychologically getting you down?
So what I would say, if parents of a 12-year-old child who was newly diagnosed in the emergency room are lost and they need you, how can you not get involved? How can you not roll up your sleeves and get to work? We were working now on a case, and that's why I mentioned the 12-year-old. We just recently had a case that's happening right now. A little kid was presented at the emergency room with abdominal pain, and they found this large liver tumor, and sent to this hospital where this kid was. They wanted to do a very serious debulking surgery immediately. And they reached out to us. They wanted to make sure that they're doing the right thing. And we got medical records. We looked at the labs. We looked at the whole presentation and the imaging, and did not seem to be the right approach, because we were thinking that this actually looks like a hematological malignancy that is presenting like a liver tumor. And we were arguing a little bit with doctors, and we needed to get this kid out to a different institution that has that unique expertise. But we bumped into an issue with insurance. The patient insurance did not cover that facility where the patient needed to get to, so we needed to get our colleagues from the insurance department. We have here Mr. Gibbs, our operations director.
Yeah, my name is Naftali Gibbs. I'm director of operations, which basically oversees the patient department, which is divided into the medical referral specialists and the financial specialists, the guys that do the insurance, and the care management team. So when they had an issue in that hospital, that insurance was, not coming through the way the patient needed to, we reached out to our insurance people, real experts, just to smooth everything out. Insurance, financials, nothing should stand in the way.
Wow, it's just on that. I mean, I think everybody, even those that have been blessed not to have to deal with this, knows how frustrating, even for a little thing, it could be to deal with insurance and which doctor. So it's amazing that you do that heavy lifting for them.
Absolutely, and it doesn't end with just the insurance matters or the medical matters, and of course smoothing everything out, that everything should fall into place in a safe time frame. But listen, these are parents, young parents of a little kid. You need to support them throughout the whole process. And sometimes it would require, the patient was discharged from this hospital, and until they got the appointment the next morning, they needed some stuff at home. So we have our ancillary medical care, Mr. Friedman here.
What's your name?
Shimmy Friedman.
Shimmy Friedman. What does an ancillary care do?
Taking care of all of the side effects from the cancer treatments.
Wow.
Basically, where our ancillary medical care coordinator would get involved is anything that's related to the side effects or critical, acute things that are not necessarily cancer treatment, but these patients need that as well. So rather than our medical staff who are oncology experts getting bottlenecked with these issues, we have our ancillary medical care. But really, this is just, and this little kid is actually starting treatments tomorrow. Without surgery, and hopefully within a couple of cycles this disease is going to melt away, and we'll be able to celebrate his bar mitzvah, all of us together. So this is just one case, one person. This took hours, and it's happening right now, but We have, unfortunately, as you mentioned so many times over this evening, over 4,000 patients just in the last 12 months, and each individual case needs to be worked on. So you need to put in so much effort to make sure that you don't miss any opportunities. You get things right the first time. So we give the best chance to our patients.
Wow, Gracia Shakayach, thank you so much for you. Really, really, really. I can't say anything. Yes, you opened my eyes to wow, the work that you guys do. I'm speechless. And what is it that you do here? I hope you don't mind. What's your name?
Chaim Klein. I'm also in the medical referral, medical directory department. And like Zisha was saying, I work in the CNS tumors division. And I see it as my job to make sure that when a patient makes a treatment decision after input from a doctor, they are making a decision with knowing everything that there is to know. So not just this doctor's perspective. We ask for opinions from other doctors. Right now I'm researching a treatment to help radiation for eye cancer, which can often have negative effects on vision. One doctor is recommending for a patient to take a certain laser treatment to help with that. And other doctors might say that there's no point, and we're trying to research it to see if there's a point and if there's something else that can be done. And this is the kind of stuff that we do here every day.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you've done. Let's just see here. We got to get back to the program. Let's see, what's your name?
So my name is Menachem Oberlander. I work together with Mr. Klein on the neural cases and various other diagnoses. Just one message for the donor, sir. So please don't look on your donation as just a donation. With your donation, you provide life support and the best reassurance and confidence for those people who are going through and making their most difficult decisions in their lives. So thank you very much for all your support. You are really the driving force which is driving us, and please keep on supporting us as much as possible.
Yeah, I actually have a friend that was diagnosed, and he was telling me that there were other organizations that send pillows, but RCCS literally held his hand every step of the way.
Absolutely. So here at RCCS, we absolutely try to cover the case on all angles, including medically, obviously, emotionally, financially, and we try to make sure that people should feel that there's really someone alongside and holding their backs and providing, we are at least trying to provide the best support possible.
Thank you so much for your work. Just the mitzvahs. And let's see here who we have here. I missed you. What's your name?
My name is Joe Markowitz. I'm one of the medical referral coordinators over here in RCCS. You asked earlier, one of our colleagues, a question: what gives us the koach, the chizik to go on? I think I can share a perspective. There are so much success stories. Each success story gives us a boost for a couple of months. In a few short weeks, there's going to be a chasana where one of the mechanistas was seen by a very prominent physician, very highly regarded physician, and he's essentially written her off. He told her, "You're too sick. You're very sick. Enjoy as much time as you have, and go fly a kite." We didn't accept that. The patient is at the moment post-treatment. She had surgery. She has hope, and she's going to take down her daughter down the aisle very, very soon. And we were asked to come join that chasna, and just the thought of being by such a chasna gives us a lot of chizik.
Wow, I got goosebumps. Wow, Gracia Shakayach. Thank you very much. These are angels here. These are angels in the cubicles. These are not just people that come and do a 9 to 5. They have a special shlichus. And where's Chaim here? Chaim Rat. Yeah. Oh, here you are. I knew I missed you. I was looking around for you. Okay. And last but not least, here. What do you do here?
Okay, I'm the COO here at RCCS. Baruch Hashem, I have the schus to be a part of it.
get the inspiration. I don't work directly. Typically, I don't work directly with patients. My job is to support all the different departments of the organization, from finance, the patients department, the fundraising department. So that's my job. I have the schus to work closely with the visionaries of the organization, Reb Herschel Cohen and his son Reb Eli Cohen. They are constantly thinking together with their partners, Reb Zalman Leib Horowitz and Reb Yoel Bernath, and the entire board of directors at RCCS. They're constantly thinking, what else can we do for Klal Yisroel? What else can we do to help Klal Yisroel? And it's a schus that I have to be on the ground and try to implement their vision. That's my role here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As you see here, I don't have to tell you about it. We didn't rehearse this. I didn't tell them that what we were gonna speak about or anything. I just came out here, and I am blown away. And as you can see clearly, this is what your money goes to. These malachim, these angels that are here. So please go to rccsauction.org, and you can get prizes like wow, there's so many good prizes. I'm not even going to go through it. You can also call 877-332-2808, and you can get tickets right now to support these amazing, amazing heroes. Right now, I'm going to send it over to Meaningful Minute with Chaskel Bennett. Chaskel, hit it away.
I could definitely see the passion inside of you. Rabbi Trank definitely probably played a role in that, and he should continue. I may have asked him for you, and Hashem, we all should be reunited and have Rav David sitting here, or not here, but in Yerushalayim, shooting the breeze with him.
There isn't a day that I don't think about him. Not a day. And I'm not just saying that. There are a lot of times where I'm faced with a situation. What should I do? How should I react? I'll give you a great example. There was a person in the Catskills. I don't want to say the specific story because I don't want the person who, if he would hear this, I don't want him to feel bad. But he obviously looked lost. And I could have ignored him. He was walking this way, I was walking that way. And I saw him, and he saw me, and I nodded, and we went our separate ways. And then the next day I saw him again. And I said to myself, there's a reason why I'm seeing this guy. What would my Rebbe do with this guy? And I struck up a conversation with him. Simply, nothing fancy, nothing gigantic. I'm not the world's greatest hero. I simply stopped and took an interest in someone who, to me, obviously looked like someone should take an interest in him. I only did that because I thought to myself, what would Rebbe Trank do?
Wow. Chazal say, tzadikim b'misasam kruyim chayim, which means that tzadikim live on in their legacy. And I think this is a very clear illustration where Rebbe Trank has imparted this approach to chinuch, this way of life, really. And Rabbi Trank is alive in that story.
Yes.
In every one of his talmidim that carry out his mahalach.
No question. I knew at the end of his career, at the end of his life, I didn't have to wait till he was nifta to recognize the legend that he was. I figured it out. He was beyond special. But Camp Monk, going back to your original question, for me, Camp Monk opened my eyes up to many, many special people. And again, a kid from Queens who sort of was, I don't want to say reserved or away from the rest of the world. It's not true. I don't want to make Queens out to be this out of town kind of community. But let's be fair. Going to camp, you get exposed to fantastic people, and Camp Monk was legendary for having the best of the best in terms of world renowned mechanchim. Reb Josh Silberman was for me. I did not appreciate who he was at the time that I had him, but over time you learn to recognize that everyone is like, this man is a legend. He is the original.
How are we supposed to recognize? I know because there are people who are right now in their own lives, whether they're in school or in camp or in an office, they are encountering the person who, after this person passes or after they get older, everyone's going to be saying that person is a legend.
Right.
How do we identify those legends in our midst while they're still alive and be able to appreciate them?
First of all, the legends never let on that they're a legend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They just do their thing. that it's not about them.
So we say about this podcast, by the way, if you ask to be on the podcast, then you just can't. It doesn't work.
Let's
like
be
that.
clear.
No, you didn't ask to be on.
Okay.
And not only that, you fought me for a while.
Josh Silverman's as an example. Badal Chaim Tov and Rabbi Yehuda Frankel and Yuri Frankel was a tremendous friend to me. I was a tough, rambunctious kid. I mean, Monk, who I really love and respect. He and I did not see eye to eye for many years, and I had a lot of allies. And Rabbi Frankel was one of them. He was a principal in Spring Valley in Muncie for many years.
Yeah.
Dear friend, person who took a tremendous interest with a smile, so sweet, so kind, nice. Rabbi Yehuda Allbaum was the learning director. Tremendous, legends. These are real legends. Julie Allbaum, Rabbi Julie Allbaum, Yehuda Allbaum. Okay,
David Cohn,
Talan Gayar, David Cohn. Again, didn't appreciate Rab David and who he was until I was much.
What would you do for another Machon right now?
Okay, now I'd go to Machon. Then I didn't go to Machon.
You would never go to Machon.
No, but Rab David Cohn. Tremendous shlita. To have a person like David Cohn, but it doesn't have to be only rabbinical figures. Yeah, I can tell you some names that probably you guys, I don't know if you may have heard of them. I went to camp at a time. Rabbi Elephant today, who's one of the biggest Rosh Yeshivas, Yosef Elephant from the Mir Yeshiva, was a counselor in Camp Monk. When I was there, I was like a little kid. I didn't know him, but now I see him, and we have Camp Monk in common. I never learned in the Mir. I got married very young. Okay, Gershon Kramer, the greatest. He was a great basketball. The greatest, they say, but that's because he's a great basketball player. But just the name, Shmuley Tendler. Today's Rabbi Shmuley Tendler. I haven't seen him in forever. I can go on. The names go on and on and on of people that you get close with in camp, and all of a sudden you recognize that you're surrounded by great people. Gedalia Zlotowitz is a perfect example. Gedalia was a counselor in camp. Okay, his father was Mayor Zlotowitz, who I'm a tremendous fan of, was unbelievably warm to me in the last years of his life. Our paths crossed. He was just a phenomenal person. Again, a regular person who just achieved greatness in life. And he had
the chip stacked against him in many ways.
In many ways. Read the story. I go back to his autobiography all the time. Stuff that just he really stacked against him. Look what he created.
Unbelievable.
Where would we be? Where would we be without?
You think MetLife Stadium would have 80,000 people sitting there for a Sima Shas?
I can only say to you that I do it from a position of positive. The impact, the beyond. There's no adjective that would be able to say the kind of impact that Rabbi Meir Zlotowitz had and has on Klal Yisroel. How productive and how wonderful my life is. I have Torah in my life, and I have Hashkafa in my life, and I have Halacha in my life, because for many people, reading Hebrew, translate on your own, is tough.
Yeah.
And Art Scroll. Now, as I get older, I'm fighting to learn it without always cheating on the Art Scroll, quote unquote cheating. But for many years, I was a young balabas, and I started Daf Yomi. David cheered me on for it, and we finished Shas as Art Scroll was coming out with Zvachim. I did with Art Scroll. It had just come out. Zvachim 1, 2, I think 3 and 4. There was no Art Scroll for Menachos. I had to go back.
Very timely release.
It was so difficult. I remember doing it in my old Vilna Shas that my great-grandmother bought me for my wedding. I still have notes in my old Vilna Shas and Menachos, and doing it with Sensino, working hard. The point is that you don't have to rise to the level of
greatness all around
Art
us.
Scroll to do a legendary transcending thing like Art Scroll. It could be even starting an Avos Abanim program in your shul.
Yep.
That's no less important to the kid who's going to have from that Avos Abanim and his father. That kid, the guy who's giving out the nash and making sure that the pizza is done and making sure that the music entertainment at the Melava Malka is solid and making sure that it's a great Melava Malka and there's a great program and a great storyteller. You're having an impact on kids. You don't know where those kids are going to end up and what their recollection is and how many Avos Abanim programs are going to be started from all the years of your Avos Abanim program. The point is that invest in Klal Yisroel, invest in kids with a smile. Invest in kids with a smile, with love and ernstkeit, authentic, not an avoider. Oh, it's Shvesa Zaini Yid. with the Abdava train
With
passion.
Ashmeichel.
Yeah, you bet.
I want to take you back to Nachi's question, which I loved, which is,
thank you, Mama.
How do we identify the living legends among us? And it's so much easier in retrospect to reminisce about it. And as I was hearing you describe your experiences of interacting with these people and experiencing just the orbit of these people, it occurred to me that I think, tell me what you think, but I think that when you introspect and see where you feel alive around someone, that someone is bringing that out in you.
Absolutely. And for me, post yeshiva years, for me personally, the perfect segue from my Camp Monk Adelphia life into life of a balabas, for me was, and still is for me, is for my Rav, Rab Shimshon Sharer. The idealistic youthfulness of seeing great people and being around great people, and then living a life aspiring to do great things, okay, comes from having a great Rav. A Rav who cares about you, and a Rav who muns from you. And I say this to people who ask me, not a yes man. Anyone
for our strictly English listeners, mun is a fantastic way of saying demanding.
Demanding, yes. Very good. I'm sorry. Yes.
There you go.
For me personally, Rabbi Scherer,
There's people like Googling it right now.
Gesund and stark,
like Monday,
has been a guiding light for me, and someone who demands from me, and I can't get past him on that. Meaning, I know exactly what he expects from me, and why I'm bringing it up is, for me, it was the entree,
the bridge
from Josh Silberman's, who talked about Mike Tress, who talked about Rav Shraga Feivel, who talked about Rav Aaron Kotler, who talked about Rav Gedalia Shor, the giants of the Vad Hatzalah. I can't imagine, for the life of me, I can't imagine that at a time of World War II, where there were such unbelievable destruction, and they were saving and trying to save these handful of Yidden, how everyone wouldn't have jumped in head first to save them. And yet, it wasn't so. It wasn't so. You had a handful of heroes, Rav Aaron Kotler of Gedalia Shor, okay, and Rav Leza Silver, and the people that, how does a kid in the 1970s, how do you get to know about these people? Well, go to Camp Monk and hear about these people. Hear about them from Josh. Hear about them from David Trenk. Hear about them from the different people in your orbit. See pictures of them. Talk about them. Sheres HaPleita. Who knew what Sheres HaPleita, the Holocaust survivors, who knew who they were? It wasn't had nothing to do with me. It had everything to do with me, because it inspired me. It touched my heart. It touched my soul. And for me, the next step was, okay, I got to connect myself with this orbit.
Right.
And that what to me meant Agudas Yisrael, certainly davening by Rav Shimshon Sharer, and then being influenced on a week-by-week basis, talking about his great father, his illustrious father, Moshe Sharer. For me, that was like I'm in.
Wow. Take us from there, though, to modern day, contemporary times, where those challenges that you described from post-World War II era, our generation literally cannot fathom those challenges.
Right.
And they're dealing with a whole different host of challenges.
To a family that's struggling with a child that's not on the derech, or struggling with that is their challenge, and it's just as big as any challenge that we're discussing. Any family that's going through that difficulty with a child or parents or whatever it might be, I appreciate what you just said, and on a intellectual basis, if you think about it, the Holocaust, 6 million Jews, how could anything compare to that? And I would never dare to minimize that. But on the same account, families that are going through a terrible struggle.
It's their personal Holocaust.
That's their personal...
Having a kid who's sick,
A child that's sick, or not being able to get a child into a school.
Ooh.
Okay? Let's touch the third rail.
Let's touch it.
Okay?
Get in there, Chatzkel.
I'm not criticizing the system.
No, Chas v'shalom.
I am
talking solutions.
I am saying we have to recognize for this family, it's a churban. It is a churban. And I've said this publicly, and I'll say it again. When I was a kid, we begged the yeshivas to take the kids in. And I'm not sure that every kid got in. In this dar, we're begging the kids to take the yeshiva. And V'amev Yavin. So let's recognize that we have a lot of work to do.
We do. Some of these things, some of the issues that we deal with are man-made, you know? Some of them not, some of them are.
It's the product of tremendous growth.
Yeah.
It's the product of tremendous accomplishment. The community is much bigger than it ever was before. And Baruch Hashem, Kain Yirbu. But with growth comes challenge. And we have a lot of challenges. And there's a lot of disturbing stories. I hear it all over the place. I met a person last night at a wedding. I wasn't screaming at me, but he was letting me have it, that I have to do something, that kids have no place. They have no place. They can't get into yeshivas. I know that, I get calls all the time.
Because of room or because of academics?
Whatever. Again, I don't want to, I don't want to paintbrush the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone has their reasons why and how, and it's just too easy, too convenient to just paintbrush it. And I'm not silly enough to do so. However, a Yiddish kid needs a yeshiva, and communities have to take responsibility.
And a girl needs a Bisakov.
I just don't. I fought for many children to get into yeshivas, not my own, Baruch Hashem. But I try to fight for another kid as if it'd be my own, because my Rebbe, read the book.
It seems like you
read the book. Read the Rabbi Trank book. There's a story. There's a story there. I think Rabbi Bender. Forgive me. I love Rabbi Bender. He's the best. I think there's a story in the book of Rabbi Bender that a kid was sent out of the yeshiva or wasn't being accepted or something like that. And Rabbi Trank went with the kid to a wedding and found Rabbi Bender. And Rabbi Bender, so sein gesund, and he's a hero and he's a legend, and he's a legend. Yeah. There you go. You want to know a legend? There's a legend. So my love for Rabbi Bender is beyond words. He's the mechanech, principal, Rosh Yeshiva, visionary in the mold of my Rebbe of that. I'm saying my mold, they were contemporaries, but they were together and they got this similar chinuch and they had this similar love for children. And he went to Rabbi Bender and at a wedding, called him out, and Rabbi Bender said to him, Reb David, I hear you, but not here. Okay, my Rebbe pushed the envelope and stood up at Torah Masorah conventions and screamed and yelled, fighting for kids, because they were talking. The question at the Torah Masorah convention, famously, again, I think it's in the book, but I know this as fact, somebody got up and said, at what point are we mechuyev to keep a child in yeshiva? When can we throw the child out?
Yeah.
And Reb David got up and started screaming and yelling, that's the question? That's the question. When can we throw a child out? When are we going to take every child in?
Stand by. We will continue very shortly. But first, back to Mendy in the studio.
Mendy, how are you?
Even finding a podiatrist takes months. Trying to get a brain surgeon who's tops in the country to give me his time, I didn't expect. But it was the next day, the very next day. I couldn't wrap my head around how in the world he could have found that time. He said, do you know what kind of connection RCCS has with me? I speak with them more often than I speak with my family.
I am the youngest of 8 kids. So I was always at home, never knew about anything about bills. It was very interesting the way I came into this business. And the reason I came into the business, what attracted me, is because I was always a people's person. I had no idea what life insurance was. Only thing I knew about life insurance is you never pick up the phone or you just walk away. As I came into the business, I started doing stuff. And literally, I sat through conversations and trainings in the beginning that I had no clue what they wanted from me. I was just like, schedule a meeting, go down, sit with someone, and you just have a good conversation and let the joint agent do their work. And it worked for a while. Something close to me happened where life insurance really played a big role. Someone in my family passed away prematurely. shouldn't have been there any life assurance, and the situation would not have been so smooth. That was my first aha moment in the business, like realizing what life assurance can really do. I grew along with the challenges, like started figuring out things slowly but surely. First, when I got even closer was when I bought insurance on a policy on myself. At that point is when I already had a family of kids, Baruch Hashem. I started thinking what we do. I'm not just in the business of like selling a policy. I'm in the business of protecting people. And that's when I really started realizing the difference between just being in the business of life insurance, being a life insurance agent, and then owning a business, protecting people. At the end of the day, when you can just sit back and think for a moment that you know for a fact that people are in a better position now because they sat down with me and with my partner in a better way, like their families are way more protected, just gives you the energy to go on, and that alone for yourself is very satisfying.
Well, thank you very much. And we're here tonight raising the flag, turning it from hopelessness to hope, from fear to hope, the red flag to the yellow flag. And we almost reach our goal of $4 million. We just have a little bit of time left. So get your tickets right now. Right now in the studio with me, I have one of my favorite singers. It's an honor to bring here Baruch Levine. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, most people know you as an entertainer, composer, and singer. But, you know, in your little derful of Woodbury, you're known as a mechanech as well.
Waterbury.
How do you balance the singing and the mechaneching and all that? Do you go around singing a lot in your class? Because I don't know if kids would appreciate that.
They love when I sing in the class. You know, when you teach, it's hard for children. You got to sit straight. You got to listen. But I'm a Rebbe in the classroom. It's actually very hard to kind of do what I do because I do travel a lot. And like, for example, tonight, I'm probably only going to get home at who knows when in the morning. And I got to, you know, be there and be ready to teach. And I really have a passion for teaching. I love chinuch. And I love singing too. And I find that being in a classroom or teaching children, I'm teaching fifth grade for about, I don't know, somewhere between 15 and 20 years, I'm not counting. But it really gives you a picture of how things are on the ground. And like sometimes, you know, we singers, everyone, we sing about concepts and, you know, you want to influence people and you want to bring people closer to Hashem and you have to understand the challenges and the struggles and there's so many songs that, you know, relate to all of these things. But when you're really, I have the opportunity, as much as it is pressurizing and it's hard, but to be there, you know, together with the with the nation, with the kids that are learning, and with the parents and the children and other rebbeim, I find it rewarding as much as it's hard, but that's what we're here to do. And
yeah, and I mean, a lot of people are surprised that this singer is also a teacher, but in the Jewish music world, it's not, you know, every singer has to find a different avenue of parnasa as well. For example, a lot of people don't know that Shweki is also a sheikhet. That's how he makes his money. MBD does cash advanced.
Yeah.
That's how he makes his money.
In my house, we only...
Avram Fried, he's a mile. So these are how they make their you know, bread and butter every day. But, you know, at night and stuff, they...
the side hustle.
Yeah. And, you know, in all honesty, song could teach you a lot of things. You know, we know that in Chabad. But anyway, 'tis the season of Hanukkah, and everyone, even if they don't know they're singing your song, Chasayf, they are singing your song. Are you amazed at how far your song has traveled?
It is amazing because it's kind of a song when the song originally came out. I'll tell you, I have a minute to tell you the story behind the song a little bit. Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I was
so-
in Yeshiva in Eretz Yisrael, and we were lighting, I don't know how many years ago it was. I was learning in Yeshiva Torah Moshe, Tomo, and we're all out there in the chutzner and we're lighting the Chanukah Neiros. It's the first time I really paid attention to Ma'oz Tur. You know, till then it's just poetry. You're not really understanding it. It's high-level stuff. And I kind of realized that, here we're talking about the Goliath Hashem put us in, and we end with this like emotional tefillah, like enough HaKadosh Baruch Hu, take us out of this Goliath, enough with the pain, enough with the suffering, Chasoif Zroya Kadshecha, right? So I wrote this song, I went in, we were supposed to be learning Musar Seder, I had a Musar Sefer open, but I was kind of humming another tune in my head. And I composed the song, and a couple years later I was in the Mir Yeshiva, and there was a fellow there, his name, I think I still remember his name, Yehuda Gellis, asked me to put together a compilation of some demos, and he was going to send it to different producers and different, singers and see if they're interested. Long story short, a couple months later, I'm sitting in my dira in the Mir Yeshiva, and the landline rings. There's Mr. Yochi Briskman is on the phone. He wants to speak to Baruch Levine. I'm like, is this for real? I'm pinching myself, like, Yochi Briskman's calling. Like, so I pick up the phone, and he says, I heard this song, Chasoif. I want to buy this song. $500.
$500. That sounds
that's
like
a lot of.
That's how you know it's really yucky. Yeah.
That's a lot of money for a bacher learning in Mir Yeshiva.
Yeah.
A lot of falafel and shawarma, $500.
Yes.
Anyways. 2,000
shekels back then.
Yeah. At one point it was
It was a little more than that.
Anyways, so I said, "Who you want the song for?" He says, "There's a new guy. His name is Yaakov Shweki." I said, Yaakov Shwek. I mean, I've never heard of him. Can you get it to Mordechai Ben David, Avram Fried? He's like, trust me, this song is gonna.
Shweki the Sheikhet.
Shweki the Sheikhet. We only eat his meat in my house.
Yeah.
We're
that and Chabad. Yeah.
So he, make a long story short, beggars can't be choosers. Okay, whoever, just whoever you want to give it to, and. To make a long story short, it was not the hit song. That album had this song, Rachem. Remember Rachem? Rachem?
Yeah.
But it's a seasonal song, and every single year we sing it again and again. And,
for those that don't know what song you're referring to, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Are you able to give us just a little bit of that song so that they know?
Right? The Yeshua is taking too long. There's no end to these hard days.
Wow, you have a good song.
You know this song.
You have a good voice.
Thank you.
You really have a good voice. I thought you were going to have to lip sync for us today, but I think you could actually
I can
sing.
do it for real?
Yeah, wow.
Okay, we'll do it for real.
That's tremendous. Do you take voice lessons?
I do.
Yeah, I don't, because I don't have the potential, so I'm not even starting. Yes. Now, I know you live far from here, and it's late. What prompted you to make the trip? Let's clear the air.
Right.
Over here to RCCS here tonight.
RCCS, I don't know, until a couple of years ago, it was just, to me and to many others, it was an amazing organization in Klal Yisroel amongst the so many tremendous organizations. And a few years ago, our family was faced with the challenge that my dear father-in-law, Olav Shalom, got sick. And at that time, you get a diagnosis, and we're all, children were all young. We all have families, and it was heartbreaking, to say the least, and there's a shock. And at the same time, there's also like, where do you go? Where do you go? You're just, it's you, it's your family, and the doctors and the hospitals. And, Baruch Hashem, until then, none of us did have to deal with it. So many others did. And one of my brother-in-laws is like, we call RCCS. And, we spoke to them. I remember that first conference call. And then you're kind of frozen in place, and they walk you through it, and they give you the options, and they interpret medical terminology to a layman's terms, and they allow you to make the decision, but hold your hand with such patience, such compassion, for real. Like they're there with you. You're not burdening them. And throughout all these decisions, every time there was a treatment and and things that came up, they were always there for us, and it blew us away, and it's a tremendous organization for Klal Yisroel. And, RCCS should have continued Hatzlacha and keep being Merapa people and giving people quality of life and time to be with their families, which is something we really appreciated.
And ultimately, your father-in-law passed.
Yeah, after Sukkot.
And
by Rosh Hashanah, before Rosh Hashanah, yeah.
And a lot of people, they look at that as a failure, but I think a lot of people don't realize that in the struggle, when RCCS is a part of that really, really, really tough struggle, not only for the patient, but for the family and everyone, they're really holding everyone's hand along the way.
100%. And to give, the time that we had in those last years was something, and the quality time that we had was for sure something we'll never forget, and much due to RCCS.
Amazing. I heard you have a special song.
Yeah.
On that note, and we'd like to dedicate this song to your father-in-law.
Thank you. Yes.
And if you don't mind,
I'll tell you about this song. Okay,
yes.
So this is a song that I composed years ago. It's called Refuah, and tonight we have. I'm going to sing it twice, and the second time around we have special English lyrics that were written exclusively for tonight by Miriam Israeli, an amazing lyricist. And it kind of gives you the feeling of the song and caters it to what RCCS is doing, and let it inspire us, and people should give and to such an amazing organization. Thank you for having me, and I'll give it my best shot.
Okay.
I got to hear the music there. We have a piano playing, so I'm going to put in my in-ear monitor. You know how it works.
There we go.
You got one. Turn this on. Take my microphone, and we're going to make it happen. Avinu Malkeinu Shlach Refuah Shleima Refuas HaNefesh Refuas HaGuf L'choylei Amecho Avinu Malkeinu Shlach Refuah Shleima Refuas HaNefesh Refuas HaGuf L'choylei Amecho I came no, I defono. Came no, defono. Shlach, refuah shleima, refuah shleima, l'choylei amecho. Refuah shleima, l'choylei amecho. We beg and we cry and we daven. We turn to Hashem up above. We know He will hear, for we know that He cares. He showers His children with love.
We ask Him to end our suffering, to heal us in body and soul, to mend what's been torn, to revive and restore the joy and the happiness of old. And Hashem looks down from the heavens at angels on earth and below, those who give and share and care for another, sisters of spirit, spreading our glow. And Hashem sends His angels in heaven, commands them to open the door. When you give of yourself to help someone else, you can bring the Geulah, an everlasting cure. You can bring the Geulah, an everlasting cure.
Wow, wow.
Thank you,
amazing, amazing. Wow. Thank you so much. That is amazing. And I could tell that this song, you really put everything into it. And I just want to tell you that somebody was holding the lyrics next to the camera. Not just anybody. This is somebody that has been leading the someone that has a team, just someone that has a regular team here in the fundraising department. And it just shows that they not only give up of their time, they really feel, everyone involved in this organization really, really feels for it. We're almost at the $4 million mark. So rccsauction.org. And don't forget to give a call, 877-332-2808. And now, a word from our sponsor.
The esteemed life-saving team at RCCS, its selfless founder and benefactor, Rabbi Herschel Cohn, are an example of inspiration and a symbol of tireless dedication, recognizing no limits when holding hands of those in need. RCCS has adopted the motto of a one-stop shop on behalf of Cholei Yisroel worldwide. Our professionals at Martin Joseph and Associates are the pride of the real estate interests, emulating the concept of recognizing no limits when protecting our clients' equity and adopting the one-stop shop motto to the satisfaction of all which we represent. RCCS in its capacity has granted peace of mind to the community. Martin Joseph and Associates strives to provide peace of mind to all who grant us a chance to serve them. Thank you.
It's time to raise the yellow flag of hope. Welcome to the RCCS Auction 2022. Join us as we raise the banner of hope to Cholei Yisroel with our host, the hilarious Mendy Pellin, featuring meaningful moments with the world-renowned hosts of the Meaningful People podcast, Nachi Gordon and Momo, as he interviews Klal Yisroel's Askin and dear friend of RCCS, Rabbi Chatzkel Bennett. Words of inspiration with Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan. interviews with world-renowned entertainers Yaakov Shweki and Baruch Levine. We raise the flag to the associates of BFG Financial for being out there every day to provide protection for families in the community. We salute our corporate sponsors, Reindeer Consultants, Zoller's Nutrition, Road to Recovery, Lulu Clothing, Renegade and Tow Furniture, Supreme Medical Management, Metropolitan Reality Exemptions, MD Billing, Ellie Friedman Productions, GM Insurance, Hamaspic Managed Care, MGI Insurance, Plaza Management, HML Brokerage, Olivey, 530, Zone Tech. On behalf of the auction team at RCCS, we thank you for raising the flag higher than ever. GCNY Marketing, Mailway Services, Click and Market, DriveUp.com, JetWave, Stellar Productions, Pivot Group. We salute over 1,000 hostesses across the globe. Our coordinators, you are our stars and stripes. Borough Park, Esti Rubin, Esti Heskel, Esti Sternbach, Williamsburg, Chani Malki Sinai, Rosie Frantos, Esti Waldman, Muncie, Chai Schlisselfeld, Vegi Kalmanovitz, Javi Coleman, Lakewood, Henny Weingarten, Tali Weldler, Five Towns, Frady Osina, Devori Dax, Flatbush, Rachel Fishman, Aliza Zeltzer, Miri Klein, Crown Heights, Miriam Weiss, Florida, Ruchi Wasserlauf, Monroe, Shane DeFarkis, Ruchi Goldberger. We salute the individuals who make this campaign magical. Brian DeFarkis, Ricky Banda, Chai Schlisselfeld, Gitti Oberlander. Thousands of Cholei Yisroel say thank you for the love, support, and heart you have shown. You are proof that together we can rise above the challenges and wave the flag of victory. Win big. The more you give, the more you get. Every ticket you buy has a ripple effect. Flag your prize now. 877-332-2808 or rccsauction.org. Cancer is a red flag. Today, we turn it yellow. Raise the flag. Raise it high for Cholei Yisroel.
Let's not really play it like a bunch of idiots.
Moshe? And we're back here at the RCCS auction in the final stretch. We are almost at $4,000, so call in right now. We're about to close the prizes. Okay, so call 877-332-2808, 877-332-2808, rccsauction.org. Let's get to $4 million. I'll tell you what, if we get to $4 million, I'm going to grab a flag and I'm going to wave it, and I'm going to take this yellow flag and I'm going to run around 770 in Crown Heights, waving it to confuse the Satan and everyone there. They're going to look at it. They're not going to know what's going on. So I also want to raise the flag here to all the associates at BFG. You guys are heroes. Thank you so much. And of course, Reindeer. Thank you very much for sponsoring. And another sponsor is one of my favorite games that I love playing with my family. It's called Twisted Kickles. Okay, and Kickles, the Kickle friends, made an exclusive game for RCCS, which you can get. And they also made a comic, which I'm going to bring back for my kids. And I decided, while I was here, let me play with you guys. Before we play with you guys, let me just introduce who we are here. I grabbed you off from the side. You did not expect to be here tonight. What's your name?
Shimmy Schlisselfeld.
And you're a part of the famous Schlisselfeld team in Muncie that reached over 200,000.
A small part.
Small part.
Muncie reached over 700,000.
How much did I say?
200.
700,000.
You don't know what kind of mistake you just made. Colossal.
Yes.
Colossal.
700,000.
You should have Shimmy on your WhatsApp status.
He'd mute me in 2 minutes.
Weeks ago muted. The entire Muncie right now is rocking Schlisselfeld 700,000 Muncie.
Wow.
You have no idea the work that these guys put in, him and his Rebbitzin.
It's all the Rebbitzin.
Just like bulldozers. There's $700,000 for any city is just way over. It's beyond incredible. What we were subject to from voice notes, because the passion that these guys have is absolutely incredible.
It's very much, I think after tonight, it's very much going to be like the post-color war, after staying up all that time, like you're just going to...
Yes, very much.
Yes.
Lazy day.
Wow. And you might have, were you getting suppers from your Rebbetzin during
Every
this
night.
time?
Every night.
He was cooking them.
Breakfast, lunch, and supper every day.
Oh, wow.
I think I'm going to start coming to your house every day. Alrighty, so here we go.
I want to just tell you that when I was outside there, I was just informed that we just passed 42,000 donations. And I want to ask the people looking at us at the camera, are you one of those 42,000 people? Because if you're not, now's your chance. We're at 40,000 away from the goal. And if you saw earlier the patient department interview, which was incredible, man, he's solid job.
Thank you.
Then you know that RCCS is using this money extremely well. They're maximizing every dollar and giving it to cancer patients. And if you're out there and you still haven't donated yet, or you donated, but you could give more and you could give again, now's your chance to do it. You got to go and buy those tickets because we're going to hit the goal. And it could be you or it could be somebody else. Make sure it's you.
And I think what was most powerful about doing that segment of interviews out there was this was not planned. And I think that's why it was so good and real. It was just people that devote their life to helping others. We went out there like to the battlefield. We went on the battlefield speaking to them. I was speechless from that.
But there are no chickens. They sit and talk to the biggest doctors of the biggest institutions, the chief of radiology, oncology, and who knows where. With, one of the people you spoke to before, Mr. Oberlander, one of the big doctors said to us that when he was here for the Chanukah Sabayis event, he said, I speak to Mr. Oberlander more than I speak to my wife.
Wow. And one of the guys mentioned something that I think that was very interesting. He said it off camera. He says that they have 4,000 patients, but each patient, like they look at it as each patient, as if they have one patient 4,000 times. It's that each patient, they give them the utmost care. And I know that because I speak to friends firsthand. And let me tell you, let me just switch gears over here, because I really want to get this prize. This is the VIP Splash American Cholim, American Dream Water Park, where only 20 winners are going to rent out the entire American Dream. There's going to be no lines. It's just going to be, you could take your families there, separate men, women. It is going to be amazing. That's just one of the amazing prizes here.
They've been very kind to us at American Dream. They've given us a lot of things there for free, and they're really, really nice people.
Yes. All right, without further ado, buy your tickets, 877-332-2808, rccsauction.org. And here's a round for the first annual Kichel game, brought to you by our good friends at the Kichel department.
All right.
All righty. Here we go. Are you guys ready?
Let's do this.
What is it?
I'm opening it up.
What are the questions like about? Is there like a...
All right, so we are going to go through a few random questions, and
Shimmy was helping deliver parties, and he was reading all the questions.
Oh,
before.
I don't know about that.
I know nothing. If he wins, it's rigged.
We're all winners.
Oh, no, rigged. Here we go. So, the first thing we're going to talk about is in the kitchen, and you will have 5 seconds to give the answer. If you are ready to give the answer,
let's do this.
You will push the buzzer if you're ready. If you do not give it within, and again, this is in keeping with to maximize every single dollar of donation. They really spend the least amount of money on everything, including they could have gotten fancy buzzers on Amazon, but they got these for $2.99.
Made in
and they even
RCCS.
took it from a hotel. Okay? All right. And by the way, the winner that won the custom picture of the Kichel is none other than the Karpin family from Borough Park. Congratulations.
Who was that?
And they raised, get this, $14,581.
Wow. Oh, wow.
And so
Shimmy, we got bells.
a custom picture of the Kichel. Congratulations. Yes.
Okay.
All right, here we go. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Renegade Furniture. Their team has really flying up their numbers. Renegade Furniture. I know the guys behind it, and they are very, 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 very much for the cause. Okay, here we go. Name 3 Wait, you got to wait
Oh,
for the
shit.
fit.
That's it, you're out.
I was going to say 3. You said name 3.
All right. Name 3 Name 3 suppers that kids will mostly eat.
Hot dogs, pizza, and ice cream, but that's not a supper, so we have another one. Meatballs, spaghetti.
Ah!
He's out.
Okay. All right. Do you want to give the answer?
I'll take the
You'll
next
take the
question.
next one. Okay.
Pass.
The
Do I
next
have to ring or it's
concept-
mine?
The next
Aaron, you give me
concept
this?
is the category is it Shabbos yet? And it's based on that famous book, Is It Shabbos Yet? About Malki, who keeps on asking her mother, is it Shabbos yet? And then, no, it's not Shabbos yet. First, we need to do the dishes. Is it Shabbos yet? No, I didn't even do the dishes yet. See, if that was a real life story, that would end pretty quickly with the mother just losing it and telling her, that's it! One more time you ask me, we're not having Shabbos this week. I think a realistic book should be, is Shabbos over yet? That is questions that I hear my kids saying all the time. Is Shabbos over yet? Is Shabbos over yet? Anyway, here we go. Is it Shabbos yet? Name 3 types of Shabbos cereal.
Kemach Fruit Loops, Kemach Frosted Flakes, Kemach Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
It's got to be.
You got the 3 runs, but it was not within 5 seconds.
Oh, because I said Kemach so
You
many
said
times.
Kemach so many times. All right, we'll give you another chance here.
What's the plug for Kemach?
Hey,
I don't know,
well,
hopefully it'll
Kemach-
be a sponsor next year.
Is Kemach a sponsor?
We're working on it.
All right, and the score is 0-0. All right, and I love how Kemach has the number Tahatzola in the back of their cereal boxes, you know?
And the Heimlich.
And the Heimlich maneuver.
Some poor guy.
Okay,
he's like
next.
still, for 40 years, he's stealing on that box, choking.
Name 3 jobs you do every Erev Shabbos.
Vacuum?
Nothing. You do
Sweep, mop.
Wow! You really do that?
No.
They do all 3.
Yeah, you hypothetically do
I
it.
give out.
What do you do? What is your job, Erev
My job,
Shabbos?
Erev Shabbos, set the table.
Okay, what's your job?
I
Erev
give out the
Shabbos?
jobs. That's my. That's
You
my
delegate.
Job.
Delegate's
the jobs.
that's a
I also
tough job.
I set the nearest.
Okay.
There are people who do that. Definitely.
I put the fridge on Shabbos mode. That's my job. My wife doesn't know how to push it. All right, the score is below 0 right now. Well, we're going to give you 1-0. Here we go. I'm going to dial things up here, okay? Name? No, you guys are not going to know that. Name 3 trends in little kids' fashion. Boom, 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 boom.
Very tight pants.
You got it.
Okay.
Very tight.
All right, ready?
Very tight pants, beanie caps with the little thingamajig on top, and booties.
Yes, very good.
I don't know what the thingamajig is or the
Very
booties.
good.
I know the tight pants.
Wow, you really do not know much of any of these
Anything.
brands.
Right.
You know, it's very expensive.
Lulu,
matching
Lulu.
all the kids. and-
Lulu, one of our
Right.
sponsors, I think, is a
Lulu.
clothing company.
Oh, it's Lulu?
Yeah, that's a sponsor.
Lulu,
there, so-
thank you for sponsoring. A great prize. Okay, here we go. We're going to make this worth your while. We're going to have one more question.
Double or
We're going to
nothing.
try to get it here. Here we go. Name 3 things you lose points for in color war.
I did them all. Talk by davening, talk during share, and scream at your counselor.
Hey!
You do a lot of
Very
talking.
good. Yes. Okay. All righty. I want to give a big thank you to you guys here. Thank you
The
so
shimmy,
much.
the shimmy.
It is
And
a
his-
tie
and his,
right
tie.
now. It is a
He is the
tie.
tie.
Okay, so shake hands. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
We are almost at 4 million, and you can be a part of making history right now from the offices of RCCS. Prizes are about to close, and I'm about to pick the winners. So it's your last chance here. Go to rccsauction.org, 877-332-2808. And here's my friend, Nachi, at Meaningful Minute.
At one of the dinners or Malav Malka for Yeshiva Reshes Yoshua, where I was charged by my friend Naftali Miller. You did a great job with him on the interview.
Naftali.
Naftali.
Happy birthday, Naftali Miller.
Oh yeah,
it's his birthday today.
Okay, happy birthday, Naftali. Him and Menashe Frankel share a birthday.
Happy birthday.
Very dear friend. We went to yeshiva together. I Baruch Hashem, very proud of him. Anyway, in Naftali Miller, the fact is, I lost my train of thought. The fact is that he gave me a job to introduce to be the MC or the chairman. I don't remember whatever it was.
I'm Rosh Yeshua.
And Rosh Yeshua at Rabbi Trank's yeshiva. And I said over the following story, I said that I believe the Vizhnitzer Rebbe was asked by a Rebbe, that he wants to send a child out of the yeshiva, wants to throw out a child out of the yeshiva. And the Rebbe said to him, what's the child's name? And he's told him the child's name. He says, Nain. What's the child's name? What's his name for Tehillim? What's his name? Ben, his mother's name. From Yankel ben Devaira, or whatever the name was. And the Rebbe looked at him dumbfounded. I think it was Yeshua Moshe, the Vizhnitzer Rebbe. The story is said over in his name. And he didn't know. And the Rebbe got furious at him. You're asking me to take the very impossible, difficult position to throw a kid out of yeshiva, and you don't even know the child's name? You never said a kapitel Tehillim for this boy? Leave my presence right away. I said this over. A mechanech, like my Rebbe, cried over his talmidim.
It's really amazing. And you continue, to do the work that you do. Obviously, you have a very important position with the Aguda, and
important. It's very nice of you.
Every position is important at the Aguda. Everyone dresses so nicely, I don't know.
Broke the mold
on purpose.
I'm just being me.
I think when someone, and I don't know if you're gonna like this, but when someone opens up a dictionary, and they look up the word Askin, it's a picture of Chaskel Bennett. One of the plugs that you talking about voltage that you plug yourself into is RCCS. You are involved, and it's definitely worth bringing up and discussing the work they do. How many patients that they unfortunately are going through, again, like we mentioned before, their personal Holocaust, to get such a phone call and to find out such news, and there are situations, maybe not in our circles, thank God, people who don't have access to RCS, that I can't afford this treatment. My insurance is an issue with this, but we don't.
I believe so. To answer your question, I believe the number this year in the last 12 months is a little bit less than 5,000 people. I believe like 4,600 people, individuals who have been clients and are suffering some sort of disease or some sort of diagnosis, and they're being assisted by RCCS. I believe that's in the United States and Israel. Again, we can check the numbers and be more accurate about it. But this is not a 1 year thing. This has been going on for quite a number of years. And here, I'll give you a perfect example. Somebody had been given a diagnosis, a terrible diagnosis. Family didn't know what to do, and the doctor looked at them and said, I know that you came to see me. I know that you paid it out of pocket. Do you have insurance? And they said, we have insurance, but you didn't take the kind of insurance we had. It's obviously not a premium insurance. And the doctor said, don't worry. In your community, you have RCCS.
Wow.
Okay, this was a secular doctor in one of the better hospitals, with the Columbia or a Memorial. They know. We're talking about RCCS. If you get a flat tire, you could call Chaverim. And Chas v'shalom, if you get assaulted, when someone gets assaulted, or there's a problem in the community, you can call the local Shomrim. I don't have to tell you, that the community, the esteem that the community holds Hatzalah in. These are individual volunteers, individual people who are giving to Klal Yisroel. Ish kematnas yadai, each person according to what they could give. Not everyone can take a blood pressure, and not everyone can fill a tire, and not everyone can go out at 2:00 in the morning to protect the community. But everyone can do something.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Klal Yisroel today. And that to me is something to applaud. It's something to talk about. It's something to be proud of. It's something to make sure our kids know about it. There's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of challenges, but there's a lot of beautiful things about Klal Yisroel. I'm into that. I'm onto that. I live for that. I just want people to recognize with the challenge comes opportunity. And we have stepped up. And RCCS, in a very big way, has stepped up in an area, like, again, of need.
And it's not pretty.
It's very difficult. And I've been in their office, and I've done a lot of different things with them, and the stories are hair-raising. And the life-saving ability of this organization and what they've accomplished is words will not do it justice. As a longtime Hatzalah member, I am machshev, I appreciate, I recognize, I applaud people who are answering a call when someone else is in the most devastated of ways. To me, that is the very best of Klal Yisrael. It's the very best of humanity, to be honest. And we're living in a time where humanity itself is under siege. Civilization under siege. There's just no Menschlichkeit. Translate Menschlichkeit.
I don't think that has a translation.
Right.
Decency. I think that
good.
People, as you're mentioning, character is not measured by how someone celebrates a victory, but it's how one endures adversity.
Sure.
And RCCS is at the forefront of just carrying individuals and families, frankly, through adversity.
Right. I couldn't be prouder to affiliate with them, to help them. I know that they're doing their annual telethon, and I try to help them this once a year to just lend my support to them. Again, just to lend my voice to them. You have a voice, taking something that you think can make a difference. Again, anyone can do it. I would say, as wonderful as RCCS is, and they're fantastic, there are hundreds of women who are doing home parties all across the world, all across the country for sure, who are raising the money for RCCS budget this year. They don't get enough play. That means they opened up their home and they worked hard to call all their friends and sent them all the text messages and all the phone calls and all the stuff. Could you give? Could you give? Could you give? You get them all every day. Not so easy. I've done it. We've all done it, And so those women who have opened up their hearts and have extended themselves and said, you know what, I will be that person and I will do that parlor meeting or that hostess meeting. I don't know what they call it in RCCS. Kol hakavod.
Legends.
Kol hakavod. And your children see you. And it makes a reshim.
Mm-hmm.
And your daughters see you. And your sons see you. And don't be surprised. Be'ezus Hashem, they also will live a life of chesed because they saw it. You didn't just tell them to do something. You actually did it.
It's so important, and it's something that I specifically in this example with RCCS. It's like the contrast of what goes on in the world at large and what goes on in our from world is I remember watching a Met game and they were announcing, I think they were doing a fundraiser for St. Jude, and Keith Hernandez or Gary Cohn, not a Yankee fan, relax, Met fan.
You are a Yankee fan.
I'm not a Yankee fan.
Maybe.
Mets.
Maybe.
Was it Schwarz Zanier? Was it? Anyway, did I say that right?
Did I
say that right? Said that right, yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Oh, thank you. It's my first Yiddish I ever said in
I'm
my
from
life.
Queens. What do I know?
Yeah.
That was fantastic, dude.
Thank you so much. Oh,
You from Europe?
Lithuania, actually.
Nice.
It's in Europe, right?
Lithuania.
I actually get excited when I see the sports figures doing that kind of charitable work.
Oh, yeah?
It makes me happy. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, because we have this vision of them being the most selfish, into themselves, money, and it's all they care about is money. And I think it has a reshim on the world around them that people see that, hey, when you're kind, would you stop and just give a kid a smile?
Yeah.
And
be
kind.
Yeah, be kind. It's gotta be kind.
That's the theme of
this.
That's
the thing.
I like that. Yeah.
Gotta always be kind.
I've noticed that.
But I was watching and they were saying Keith, could you believe it? We just raised $50,000 for St. Jude. I'm like, dude, and then, like that's after like 3 weeks of doing it on SNY. Like RCCS raises like $5 million in 3 days.
Like
Yisroel.
unreal. And then the next day, like Boni Olmo raised $10 million, and then the next day, High Lifeline.
Another great organization.
It's crazy, but like this is who we are. Like you look at especially in a partial like this where nobody wants to call RCCS. Nobody ever wants to call them. It's not
scary.
It's not something that someone wants to do.
I'm from the school of insurance policies. Supporting RCCS is an insurance policy for a person.
Oh yeah.
Kadosh Baruch Hu, mida keneged mida, go out of your way for people you'll never know, you'll never see, but you're helping them in a significant way. You're being generous. It really is the best of Klal Yisroel. It really, really, really is. I'm so proud of the work that they do and all the organizations that they're doing fantastic work, and there's a lot to be proud of.
You have a story. You were a first responder on September 11th, and I would love to hear sort of from from your perspective what that day was like.
Yeah, I don't talk about it often anymore. It's like ancient history, but for me, it's not ancient history because something that impacted me for a long time. It still impacts me, but Baruch Hashem, not in the same way as it's been 20 years plus. Now I think 21 years. Hatzalah was famously responded to the World Trade Center. It was Slichus, I remember. I left shul late, and I was on the phone with my father because we used to learn Mishnah Brura when I was on the way to work back in the day. And I used to drive down towards Williamsburg. That's where my office was. And the radio went crazy. It was playing. A friend of mine, one of the members who knew, a friend of mine called it in. I said to my father, I said, Dad, I got to go. There's a big call. I think there's a plane crash. And it's one of those times where you don't listen to your father, you get into trouble. And my father said, shut off the radio and learn with me.
Wow.
I said, Dad, I can't. And I ended up getting into Lower Manhattan before the tower fell. It was scary. Right away it came to Lower Manhattan, and very frightening, terrifying. I could still see it. Lower Manhattan at that point, it was still sunny, beautiful morning, September morning. And we started treating patients right away. I was wearing yellow vests. People were terrified, running, sirens everywhere. We didn't really understand what we were getting ourselves into. And at one point, we had set up a triage area. First on Trinity Place, on the steps of the church. There's actually a picture of it. There, we were treating patients with asthmatics, fright, just sheer fright, people having chest pains, glass cuts. They had been running on the street. There was glass all over the floor because it crashed in and things fell down. Total chaos, bedlam. And then we had to move. And so we moved to John Street, to Broadway. We moved to Broadway, and we set up a shop on Broadway. Again, ambulances were coming, and we were transporting this pictures of this too somewhere out there. And we were transporting patients, and we were treating patients. I was wearing my yarmulke and my green vest. And I remember being cognizant of the fact I was wearing my yarmulke, my vest, my tzitzis. It was just a wild scene. You couldn't even hear yourself think. It was so chaotic. And all of a sudden, this big whoosh. And if you ever see the video of 9/11, you'll see this black cloud. We didn't know anything. I heard this big whoosh. That big whoosh was the building coming down. I didn't know at the time what it was. And then this black cloud just coming from all sides. And I just ran. I ended up in the basement, the first floor of number 11 John Street in the lobby. And, it was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. No idea what happened. I thought another plane had crashed. I had no clue. There was no phone service anymore.
Yeah.
The building had crashed, so there went the phone service. And when I was running, so the cops had set up a perimeter of caution tape, that yellow, do not cross. And I was running, my radio got stuck on this yellow tape. And I was trying to run, and I couldn't run. It was like something was holding me back, and this black cloud's coming at me. I'm running, and I'm pushing. Finally, my radio flips off my belt. So here I am in this lobby with 40 other people wearing my green vest and looking at me like I know what to do. I have absolutely know what to do. I don't have my radio. I don't have a cell phone. It's me and the Rebbeinu Shalom. And 40 people are looking at me like I know what to do. I open up the door. I stare out. Choshech. Complete and total blackness. Dark. I thought a building had fallen on Lower Manhattan this way over the buildings that we were in, and we were trapped. I remember vividly saying, Rebbeinu Shalom, I'm in trouble. Please help me. Baruch Hashem, we weren't trapped. Ended up staying there for a bit. Daylight returned to Lower Manhattan. A sea of ash everywhere. 3, 4, 5 inches of ash on the street like had it been a blizzard, like a snowstorm. Everybody was walking towards the water, away from Lower Manhattan, towards the FDR Drive. So I started walking that way. Ended up in Beth Israel Hospital. I called my wife, told her I'm alive. And she said, please come home. I said, I can't. I have work to do. Ended up no patients. After that, there were no patients. We were expecting patients, but the patients never came because, unfortunately, both buildings had collapsed. And very traumatic. I'm condensing a very traumatic time. I would only say one thing that would be relevant to this conversation here. I thought the world was over. I mean, I couldn't even bear to see a plane flying low, coming into JFK like you see all the time. I didn't trust it. It happened to be about a month later there was a plane crash in Bell Harbor. Terrible plane crash, terrible. Just reinforced all of everybody's fears. I had gone to a major community asifa, to a community gathering where Ramatasio Salman Salzain Gazun Shavra for Shalema gave a drasha, gave a speech. His drasha was off the charts, was amazing. I can still remember the drasha. I remember what he said. He says in the time of Mashiach, he said, we know that the eagle is the metaphor for Klal Yisroel. He says, and Klal Yisroel is going to get on a Kanfei Nesharim, as the Mefarshim tell us, and we're all going to fly. He says, but in the time of Mashiach, why the eagle? The eagle flies high above everybody and protects its young. How does it protect its young? It protects its young by the young being on top of the wings, as opposed to all the other birds that hold their child underneath. The eagle holds the child. But the children of an eagle, the little eaglech, have to do one thing. The eagle flies low and comes down to the ground. They have to climb on in order to get the protection of their mother. Ramatasio Salman said, the eagle is here. We now need to climb on to get the Rebbeinu Shalom's protection.
Gewalt. Wow.
That was one thing he said to us. And then the second thing he said was, you're all shooken up now. You're all scared. Take on a Kabbalah. Take on a Kabbalah. And he suggested 2 Kabbalahs. One I didn't do, and one I still do, 20 plus years later. One was bench inside a sitter at all times. I've tried it, but it's so difficult.
Yeah.
And one is, he was almost screaming, isn't it time to now believe Ani Mamim, B'emunah Shlema? Say Ani Mamim. Say it like you mean it. I was very nispal from it. But the point of the Mashkiach was not to take on big Kabbalahs, take on small Kabbalahs. You don't want to change the world. You had an earth-shattering event. You're going to change the world now. That doesn't work, says the Mashkiach. Small Kabbalahs. 20 years later, I still say Ani Mamim, and I still remember the drasha every time I say Ani Mamim.
Wow.
And I say it 6 days a week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Takeaway from this conversation, to me, what stands out is sort of like, being connected to the past, but investing in the future. How important it is to really learn from the people who have trailblazed ahead of us, the legends, the eagles, the people who have done so much to make sure that we could be sitting here with the freedoms we have and the things that we're able to do. But we have to invest in the future. We have to invest in our children. We have to invest in our organizations. A place like RCCS, a place like Boni Olam, like Chai Lifeline, Hatzalah, Aguda. We have to make sure that that they're able to continue doing what we need them to do. forever and ever.
I would just ask your audience, Chashuv audience, to just, again, to reiterate the message. I'm very proud to be affiliated with special people. Find special people in their lives. Doesn't have to be, somebody the whole world is chasing after. It's close of having gone to Reb Chaim Kanievsky many, many times in my life, Baruch Hashem, to fight to get to him, just to be in his presence.
Mhm.
It's not like we conversed. Just to get a bracha from him, just that stays with me. Find chashuva people, find special people, find good people who inspire you, who bring out the best in you, who make a rosham on you and your children. And from my life personally, my Rav, my parents, my grandfather was a spectacular person, smiley, happy person, Sameach B'chelko Yid. The point is, and Klal Yisroel, for me personally, being affiliated with the Agudah, the Novitzker Rebbe, Zecher Tzaddik V'Kadosh Livracha, Reb Shmuel Kamenetsky Tzilan Geyoren, the most special of special people who took on Klal Achrayis. If you want to be a Klal Achrayis person, connect yourself to people who have shown in their actions, in their words, in their deeds, of what it means to be a Baal Achrayis. And if that's important to you, then those are the people you should be surrounding yourself with.
Chatzkel.
Yes, sir.
Hashem should give you strength to
Amen.
continue doing
You too.
his work and taking care of his people.
Amen. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
When the doctor informed me what I had, I accepted it. Looked at the bright side and I said, Baruch Hashem, it's me and not my wife, not my family members. My wife's...
That's one small gummy for you, and one giant brain for mankind.
O Gummies provides kids with essential omega-3 fatty acids for brain and vision support. Chapter 1 by Zoller, the first chapter in a lifelong commitment to good nutrition.
Some call it an overnight success. Others say they have an innate talent. But those who break through the mold know the truth. No one is born a legend. The difference between those that do and those that don't isn't the drive to push boundaries. It's the drive to break them. And HML Brokerage does just that by providing property and casualty insurance coverage for over a decade. Like others before them, HML has broken the boundaries of good enough. Learn more at hmlbrokerage.com.
.530 Fitness. Coming soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining the RCCS auction. Prizes are closing very, very, very soon. Now's your last chance to jump in and purchase those tickets.
Hello, what's going on?
Thank you very much.
I don't have audio, guys.
Don't worry, the room is
I don't have audio.
I'll go in. Tremendous it's in this line, not everybody's looking to speak publicly about what they went through, and meeting you, you never say no to RCCS. You're always looking to give back, and that's a tremendous midah we appreciate very much. If I may, I think there are thousands of people watching us right now, and Baruch Hashem, most of them have no idea what it means to have Yana Machla Baruch Hashem, and they don't have a first-hand picture. They can't really understand what it is, and maybe we, now with a few minutes, we could try to give them a little glimpse into what.
In a few minutes?
I guess I say a glimpse, a little window, maybe into certain negation that you went through during your experience, and hopefully it'll be more people to make that last push to donate. So let me ask you like this. I've heard that one of the hardest parts of the whole situation, of the whole scenario, is when you find out the news. When you hear that news, it's probably, life-shattering. No one ever thinks it's going to happen to them. So could you share with us a little what happened when you heard this terrible news?
For me, it was a little bit different than usual because I was expecting it. I did see physical signs which told me that might be that this is going to be the diagnose. So I wasn't really shocked, but I had to start thinking quick. What am I doing? Am I keeping it a secret? Am I talking about it? I have to let my mother know. My wife already knew that I'm expecting it at least. She wasn't in shock. But there's a lot happening in the first few minutes. Picking up the phone call, talking to my mother, was most probably something that is impossible to explain. Very hard to understand. Telling for a mother that her son was diagnosed with cancer, especially if I'm the one and I have to do it myself. I was thinking maybe someone can prepare me for it, but I didn't want her to find out from other places, and I felt that the sooner the better. So yeah, I picked up the phone. Her response was, Yoli, was er watch what you say. She thought that I'm joking. She couldn't accept it.
Wow. So at what point did RCCS get involved? Your wife and your mother, the first calls, where did...
My mother gave me a phone number, a hotline of an organization that helps out with doctors. So I called that organization, and they gave me the cell number of Ramat Chara Meislish from RCCS. So I called Ramat Chara Meislish, and from that point on, I felt like a kid that is being taken care of.
Oh, wow. Was there anything that stood out in the experience working with RCCS? I'm sure there's a lot of interactions. Was there anything that, stood out?
There wasn't even one single thing that didn't stand out. Insurance denied certain things. RCCS took care of it right away. I was told by doctors that there is a very slim chance that insurance is going to pay for it. But I remember one of them, I called Ramat Chara Meislish, and I told him that I have a problem with it. The doctor says that insurance doesn't approve it. And Ramat Chara told me, go take a nap, I'll take care of it.
Oh, wow.
I actually took a nap, and the phone rang. It was a girl from RCCS that told me, yeah, we spoke to insurance, it's been taken care of.
Wow, wow, wow. What would you say was your biggest challenge going through this experience? I'm sure there's a lot of things that are very, very challenging, but what might have been something that stood out to you as, when you remember your experience that you say, that was maybe one of my hardest times, or something that really hit you hard?
I can't really say that I had a lot of challenges because soon after I was diagnosed, I got a lot of information. Well, we're not talking about the physical difficulties. Under chemotherapy, chemo messes up the system, literally. It kills everything inside. But I had a lot of information, and I got information from people that actually went through step by step what I was going through. And there were people that RCCS hooked me up with. I got the results from the doctor, and the doctor said that I'll have to go through chemotherapy. It was 8 of sickness. On the same day, RCCS got a guy that went through the exact same type of cancer that I had, and he was treated by the same doctor that was going to treat me. I said, well, it was 8 of Yontiv, and that guy gave away like 2 hours, going through detail by detail exactly what's going to happen, how it's going to go down, what I'm going to feel, what I'm not going to feel. So I was really prepared, but what really surprised me, and it stood out a lot, was Chalamoid. I had a few couples, all in my age, in Gilad that went through the exact same thing. one of the first things that we hear from the doctor is that there is only a 40% chance that you're ever going to have a kid. And that's bad news. People, Yingalata being diagnosed with this type of cancer as early as 25.
Wow.
And it's devastating news. And I had a young man that walked in with his wife to my sukkah with a baby, 5 months old, and he finished chemotherapy just a year or two before that. He came with a baby.
Wow.
That did a lot for us. It stood out a lot.
Wow. Wow. So listen, we have thousands of people watching us, and you know, you're as someone who was a recipient of the organization and could really appreciate it. Baruch Hashem, like we said before, the people out there can't fully appreciate it because Baruch Hashem, they don't know anything about this, and Mitzvah Hashem, nobody should ever need it, and RCCS should close down, as our Commander-in-Chief of Herschel Cohen always says. But what could you tell them from your perspective of why it's so important to go right now and make a donation? What could you tell them?
You know, it's interesting. I made the Wachtnacht, the night before a bris. I made a Wachtnacht, and a guy approached me and asked me, who's going to be the sandik by the bris? And I asked him, why are you asking? Okay, I'm Jewish, so I have to answer with a question. So he told me that for several reasons, he must have sandikuas. And I looked at him like, wow. He said, don't worry about it. I'll pay at least 2 weeks for your wife to go away somewhere with a baby. I'll pay for the bar mitzvah, I'll pay for the tefillin. I'll pay schad limud. And I might even consider paying part of the chasana.
Send this guy to me next time.
Yeah, but I want the sandikuas. I said, listen, I already have someone that committed to everything that you just told me that you're willing to commit to. But that person that already committed already committed also to getting up in the middle of the night to the baby that was just born, also to listen to the kid every single day, learn with him, play with him, and I'm not keeping this on the course for myself. I'm giving it away for someone in particular. So what I would want to say for everyone listening, in 3 months from now, I'm making chasana Yetz Hashem, and I'm not asking anyone for money. If RCCS wouldn't have been here, someone might have been knocking on your door and say, hey, there's a Yusum getting married, and we need money for the chasana. But because of RCCS was here back then, and they paid a few months insurance, I'm here today, and I'm taking all the expenses on myself. No one is going to ask you for money for this chasana. So whatever you can put in now, yes, you're going to keep mothers and fathers home and alive. They're going to take care of their kids. These kids are not going to be a soimim. They're not going to need therapy. They're going to have parents that take care of themselves. So what else would there be to say? We need to pay the insurance policies. We need patients that are right now in the hospital to hear from RCCS, yes, the campaign was a success, your insurance policy is covered. Wow. This is what they need to wake up tomorrow morning with. And only you viewers out there can get it done.
Wow.
Please do.
That's very appreciated. You give me some chills while you said that. It's so true. How many people out there could say, you know, if not for RCCS, my children would be a Soimim, or I would have been a Yasam. There's so many families that RCCS saved. You have over 4,000 families this year, and a $16.5 million budget, about 1,500 of them in Eretz Yisrael. Families that, Rabbi Herschel Cohen always says, I think from the Shach, that the highest level of tzedakah is Cholim HaMatolim Ba'ashpa. People who are sick, and they're in the dirt. They have nothing, they're desperate, they need, it's the highest level of tzedakah. So, Rabbi Say, if you're out there, friends, supporters, people who care about this organization, you heard what Rabbi Lavin said, we need you bad. There's so much more we can do. The board of this organization is incredible tzaddikim, Rabbi Eli Cohen, Rabbi Zamalei Parowitz, Rabbi Yoli Bernath, of course led by our founder, Rabbi Herschel Cohen. They don't stop and they don't take a break, and there's constant talk about what more could we add, what else can we do. We recently actually added a new program where you might know that we give money towards, besides paying premiums, but deductibles and copays and out-of-network doctors. But a person who needs to go to the pharmacy and pay a $20 copay, or go to the doctor and pay $40 copay, they're not sending the reimbursement papers to RCCS for $40. The pain in the neck, they're constantly going to the doctors. They can't do that. So the new idea now, send out a little card, it's called the HSA card, that's, their little medical debit card, so they could pay just the little copays. It's $1,000. They keep it in their pocket. They go to the pharmacy, they go to the doctor's office, they swipe it, and it's taken care of. Until then, it's probably American Express who's doing it.
So you're saying something that I might have not known. I'm going to tell you something that you might have not known. I believe you do, but you might have not, and the viewers definitely don't. They think that RCCS is just paying insurance policies, insurance premiums. I was diagnosed, it was Yom Kippur sickest time. By Hanukkah, I was already drained financially.
Wow.
Personally. I had 6 kids at home at that time, and I gave for my wife $6, and I asked her to go to the 99-cent store and buy for every kid something for 99 cents for Hanukkah as a gift. You can imagine something that's going to break in 5 seconds, and I'm not sure if it's better not to give them anything. And I was sitting by the menorah. A guy knocked on the door. He was literally 7 feet tall, heavy guy. I don't know where they picked him up. And he had 7 boxes with gifts wrapped up. On every gift there was a name of a kid, and it was appropriate for that kid's age. I had no idea where it's coming from. And I asked him, where is it coming from? And he said, RCCS.
Wow.
Every kid got a gift.
Well, yeah, that's the Hanukkah program that we do now.
And this is something that people don't know.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming out all the way for Lakewood. You come all the time out to here, and you speak in Lakewood, and so thank you very much. And again, Rabbi say, everybody out there, you've heard it. You've heard what the Rav had to say, and you know that there are 4,000 people who right now are recipients of RCCS and are waiting for you. 4 million for 4,000. It sort of rounds up. So thank you so much. And now to a quick video message.
When I heard the word life insurance, I was always against it. Somehow people recommended me, Benzi, you're a salesman, you always liked sales, you love residuals, you love to be in that kind of business. And I started learning about it. And as a matter of fact, I took it to a degree that I saw, hey, it's probably a good sales business, so let's go into sales. But what ended up happening was, as soon as I got into the business, I had some kind of incident in the business. I actually touched someone's life. Things were in place because of what I did. And at that point, I started looking at the whole business in a very, very different situation. It's not about sales. It's more about profession. You know what you're doing. You're playing with people's lives, and you're really trying to help them. I actually started looking at my business like, who cares about the dollars and cents that's coming in? Of course, it's a great business. This is what we're doing. But we're actually doing something that is for the community, for people. I love meeting people. I love challenges. Someone comes over to me, he tells me, this and this is a situation, and I'm very relaxed in a situation where let's review, see what's going on. And they love talking. I try to set up a plan for them. We work together, and usually, trust is what builds up your clientele, your book of business. And once people see that, there's no question they want to deal with me.
In a world that knows sadness, RCCS knows hope. In a world that knows pain, RCCS knows referrals, support, and insurance. GM Insurance is a proud sponsor of the RCCS live auction. It is an honor to take part in one of the most vital organizations in the world, and we take great pride in supporting those who support cancer patients. GM Insurance provides a plethora of coverage to meet your insurance needs. Life happens. Be protected for the unexpected.
And we're back. Wow, that was a very, very powerful interview that you gave over there. And the Rav is a very, very special person.
I watched you all night to try to get some pointers how to do it, and I think that
was incredible. And the story that really hit me was the presence that RCCS just showed up and gave the Hanukkah presents. And right now, you can get some amazing presents. It says the last opportunity that I'm giving you. Look at me. Look at me. I am giving you an opportunity here to get some amazing prizes and also take us to the finish. Take us to the finish. We're almost there. Come on. Help us push this down, okay?
Which one should we sell now?
Call 877-332-2808. 877-332-2808. RCCSauction.org. Come on, I'm waiting. We're about to pick the winners. Come on, last tickets here.
Shaitel, buy the shaitels. Let's go, buy the
shaitels.
shaitels.
All prizes are still open, but we have the first winner on the line. Why don't you pick that up?
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. Do we pick up the phone here? How does it work?
Here, 1 second.
I think, listen, while we have
they're
a couple
putting it
more
through
seconds
the lines,
here.
but we are going to start picking out the winners, but you still have a chance. Even though we are picking out these winners, you still have a chance to get your name in the other prizes, in these amazing prizes. Okay.
Oh, wow. Are we
the first
calling
one?
Them? Oh, they're transferring right here.
Here we go.
Hello?
Hello.
That is Mendy. I know that voice from a million miles away.
Wow. This is the first year that I could not pull off any shtick to the winner of a prize because you got me like just with one word.
Out the door.
Ay, ay, ay. Who am I speaking with?
It's good to hear that I'm the winner of a prize. I thought you were just calling me as a friendly call, but that's nice. Okay.
Yes, it is a friendly call because first of all, who am I calling?
My name is Aaron Moskowitz.
Aaron Moskowitz. It is a friendly call. This was not my Sandik. I wish. My life would have turned out a lot differently. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna let you know what prize you won, and I please, I want you to contain yourself because we're live right now, and there's millions of people watching or listening. Okay, are you ready?
I'll try my best.
Are you sitting?
I was, but not anymore.
Okay. You have won an extended warranty for your Honda Odyssey.
That's great, fantastic.
Means no one's going to call him anymore because he won it, right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, why don't you tell him what else he won?
What if I don't have a Honda Odyssey?
Okay.
What people do on Purim.
Well, what kind of chassid are you without a Honda Odyssey? Flying high, ticket to RCCS Yisroel.
Oh, wow.
That is the real prize that you won. 2 tickets for...
Gewaltig. Wow, fantastic. Wow.
Well, how much did you give?
And I can choose any time I want to go?
You can choose any...
Non-peak.
No, anytime you want to go. This is no strings attached. It says here you can walk the pine-scented roads of Rechavia. I never scented any pines over there in Rechavia. To the winding streets of Meisharim and experience the indescribable beauty of our holiest of lands. And this is all for you and your family.
Do you need someone to go with you? I know somebody who's looking.
Mendy is the only choice? Or I can
No,
choose someone
this
else?
is Aaron Steyer of RCCS, and I'd be very happy to come along with you.
Okay, so I just want to tell you that you really helped us get to a milestone, a really big milestone here, because right now, while you're on the phone here, I'm going to tell you something that's even more exciting than winning this prize, is that for Klal Yisroel, for the Cholei Yisroel, right now, RCCS just surpassed $4 million!
Brothers!
Oh, come on! Come on! This, I didn't know we were going to get there. Come on, let's dance this. Hey! You know what? I think we have to celebrate. Come here. I think we got to celebrate with everyone out there. Come on.
I have a vested interest in RCCS.
Where's he going? You lost him.
Oh, no, he can't go there. Hang on. We can't go in here. We can't go in here right now.
We'll go back in there.
But we're going to go back in there. This is, I am so excited. Okay, hang on. Come here. Let's celebrate with everyone here. Let's go here. Yes! 4 million. I usually do this in 770, but I'm doing this now. You can still go in and buy prizes that we didn't pick out yet. We only got the ticket to Israel. You can still be the next caller. Last chance, go in. We're gonna go to this quick video. Take a look.
RCCS, we are back. And Baruch Hashem, this incredible Kiddush Hashem, nothing less than a Kiddush Hashem happening before our eyes right now. I keep on going. Keep on really enjoying what it is that RCCS puts together for us every single year. And a thank you to this wonderful organization for bringing us all together from Me'arba Kanfot Haaretz right before Hanukkah now, where we're literally gathered, a Klal Yisroel, being Me'er Ta'olam Biyachad, lighting up the world together. And I want to read to you this beautiful piece of Gemara we just had recently, the Daf Yomi. This is Daf Mem in Meseches Nedarim. Listen to this beautiful Gemara. The Gemara here talks about the incredible zichutim that a person has for being mevaker chayla. Amarav, kol mevaker chayla nitzo midina shel gehinam. First of all, somebody who's mevaker chayla, you get saved from such terrible punishments as Gehinam, and it brings a pasuk to go and to tell us that. But then the Gemara goes further. The Gemara says, "Vim biker mas chayroi." And if you go and you're mevaker chayla, what's your schar? The Gemara says, "What mas chayroi? What's your schar?" We just told you, "Kida amar nitzol midina shel Gehinam." You get saved from the din of Gehinam. Ela mas chayroi b'olam hazeh. What you get in this world? The Gemara is saying, if I give to RCCS right now, yeah, aside from all the different prizes and all the different categories that you can get in for their amazing raffle at the end, this is true. But mascharoi b'olam hazeh, the psukim tell us something unequivocal. Hashem yishmarehu v'chayehu. Hashem watches over you and Hashem gives you life. Va'osher ba'aretz va'al titneu b'nefesh oivav. Hashem will go and watch over you. He'll save you from the Yetzirah. He'll give you life. V'chayehu min hayisurim. Hashem will give you life and save you from all tragedy. Everybody will just stand up for you. Everyone will say, give a look at a Yid who gave to RCCS. They'll give such incredible cover to you. And you're going to even have so many friends, so many connections with each other. The Gemara here is explaining to us that in Shemayim right now, they're counting too. You see, yeah, RCCS, they're going to be counting as the money comes in, and they're going to be getting email addresses and different things of who are the people who are giving to us in RCCS. But do you know who's making a copy of that email list right now? In Shemayim, they're giving a look. Yishmareu v'chayehu. Who are we going to give a look to send Shmirah? We live in a very uncertain world. Who's going to have this definite Shmirah from Shemayim? V'chayehu. Who are we going to give life to save them from Yisurim? If you are feeling your friend's pain, Mika Amcha Yisrael, if you're feeling the pain of your brothers and sisters right now, and it pushes you to the point to be Mevaker Chayla. Now, can you go and be Mevaker Chayla around the world? Yeah, of course you can't. But you know who can? Yeah, RCCS. They run around from hospital to hospital, from home to home that has sickness. They are not just visiting the sick, but they are going and bringing hope. They're bringing practicality. They're bringing a Yeshua to everybody who is sick. And you can be the one providing that impetus. That means that you are sending them to be Mavaka Chayla around the entire globe. Can you think of a greater Shmirah? Can you think of a greater Yichayehu Mina Yisurim? And do you know who they're meeting over there? So let's finish off this last piece of the Gemara. Amarav and Amarav, Minayin Shekadosh Baruch Hu Zanet HaCholah. How do you know that Hashem is the one who takes care of the Cholah? Sends sustenance. Shenemar Hashem Yisadenu Al Eres. Amarav and Amar, Minayin Amarav, Minayin Shashchina Shrui Al Ma'ala Mimitato Shel Cholah. How do I know that Hashem is there on top of the mitah of the sick person? Shenemar Hashem Yisadenu Al Eres Davon. When they walk into that sick person's bed in the hospital or in their home, the Shekhinah is right there on top of that bed. And the Shekhinah is saying, you know who gave RCCS volunteer over here? You know who gave him the ability to show up right now by this chayla? He is coming as a shliach of Klal Yisroel. Because a few months ago, when RCCS did their fundraiser, all of Klal Yisroel, the RCCS member who is showing up, he's like the Ma'amidim in the Gemara in Ta'anit that says that Klal Yisroel would send messengers to stand by the Karban Tamid, to stand there as a messenger for all of the Klal. Similarly, the RCCS messenger, he's showing up to that person's sick bed, and Hashem is saying, give a cook, give a look. He's a messenger for all of Klal Yisroel. You need to be counted amongst those people that he's a messenger of, so that Yishmareu, V'chayeyu, to save us from all Yisurim. We live in a world now that is so uncertain, with such craziness hitting Klal Yisroel from all ends. What is it? What can almost be a haftacha? What can be a guarantee for you? You want your name on that email list, not just from RCCS. You want your name on that list that Shemayim will copy down. That when that shliach of RCCS shows up to that chola's bed and Hashem sees the shliach, Hashem will see you too. It should be Yishmarei v'chayeyu, and that all of us should only know Bisurot Tovot. Amen v'amen.
It's not so much about the bigger premium, the larger transaction. It's about me waking up in the morning and going out there, protecting more families, adding additional future wealth to families, adding additional disability protection to families, adding additional term insurance for someone's wife. And I don't quantify it by, okay, today I closed X, Y, Z in dollar amount. I quantify it by today I added more protection. I come home at night and I think, I don't know if this my clients' kids know, but I just protected them in a way that if God forbid something is to happen, they will be fine. I hope it never does, but sometimes I look at kids and I know, I took care of you. I took care of you that if and when something happens, you will be fine. I can't tell it to you, but you're good. Work with us and we'll get you covered.
And we are live back here in the final stretch with my good friend. We just had this dance. The last time I danced, I ran around with a yellow flag, was in 770, and I hit one of the fans over there. I really got people's attention.
It didn't send you flying, did it?
It was an experience. Luckily, I didn't damage this beautiful RCCS headquarters, I hope. But I was very excited.
Do you know we have a special guest on the phone?
Yes, we have a guest on the phone. I'm used to seeing him here sitting next to me in the final stretch. He's usually with us, but second best, at least he's on the phone. We have Harav Chaskel Bennett. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Shkoyach, guys. You guys are doing amazing. Mendy, Aaron, and the whole team over there, unbelievable. Unfortunately, I can't be with you personally in person tonight, but I've been with you an entire night. I've been glued to the show, hoping to God, hoping to the Baruch and Mendy that you are able to carry it, and you have carried the show together with that unbelievable team and staff. And congratulations, a Hari Mazel Tov, a Hatziga Mazel Tov, $4 million Klal Yisroel for Cholei Yisroel. I couldn't be proud to be part of what an amazing effort. All the hostess parties, all of the sponsors, all of the people who have contributed, all of the people who have stood up, people who publicly have stood up, people who privately have stood up, the sponsors, those who collect the gifts and all the prizes. It's such an honor to be here, to be part of this unbelievable annual event to help Cholei Yisroel. $4 million plus. We're still in the final stages.
Yes.
Let me make one final push, Mendy.
One final push. Give it to us. And by the way, I just want to tell you the interviews that you've done today with Meaningful Minute. I learned a lot of things about you, and I was pretty moved.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
All right, and they've come down to this, where the interviewer has become the interviewee, so that's what happened tonight.
But Chatzko, we felt you, Merichik Mokem and Mekir Valev. Your heart was with us the whole night. You made sure that even if you're not going to be here, you're going to be here. And that's very appreciated.
Okay, Baruch Hashem. I had a good reason not to be there tonight. Unable personally to be there. I have a simcha of a very, very close person to me in my life that I had to be at and I wanted to be at, but I obviously wanted to contribute in a small way to this amazing, incredible effort. It's a chus. I want to tell you something, Mendy, and there's no joking around here, Aaron. Every year you do it in the cheshbon, you're going into Yom Naroyim and Rosh Hashanah, you're thinking to yourself, did I do enough? Did I do enough? And I think back, I go through the calendar and different things. I go through my phone. What did I do this year? And a highlight for me personally is right before Hanukkah every year. Not the donuts, not the latkes, not the dreidels, not all the fun and the prizes and the presents, although that's wonderful and incredibly special for every year and every child, all the children, and I'm still a big kid. But for me personally, it's not Hanukkah if it's not the RCCS auction. And so going into this Yontif, we partner together. Mendy, you, me, Aaron, and Mrs. Cohen, and the Cohen family, and all of the families who have supported. I saw all the names. Look, we're in this together.
For you'd like you to say that RCCS stood out in your calendar as one of the highlights of the mitzvahs that you did and all the mitzvahs that you do over the year, that's really saying something of Pratzkel. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. And it doesn't sound like, I don't know if this excuse is working because it doesn't sound like you're at a wedding. I don't hear anything in the background.
It's 12 o'clock, Mendy. I mean, not everybody does a mitzvah tan.
Oh!
Okay. Mendy just did a mitzvah tans around the whole office.
We did a mitzvah tan.
I don't know if you saw that.
All right, and we got to go. We got to pick out the winners. And
okay.
Thank you so much, Chatzkel, Freilich and Chanukah, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
To you guys and to all of Klal Yisroel. Thank you to all those who reached deep down, for all those who put so much blood, sweat, and tears into another successful campaign. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yishalem Sacharim, a good Nacht and a Freilich and Chanukah to all of Klal Yisroel.
Thank you. Amen.
Beautiful. So I just want to tell you that if you go on our website, you can see the prizes that are still available, because we didn't pick it. You could still win it, rccsauction.org. And what's our phone number?
Oh, don't put me on the spot.
877-332-2808.
I know it by heart. Do you know the old jingle?
Yes, I remember.
How's it go?
877-332-280.
Oh, something like that. RCCS.
RCCS.
I have another goal that was hit tonight, which is an incredible goal. There's a special Yid, Reb Leiby Feder, who unfortunately is going through the horrible machla himself. And Leiby Feder hit tonight $35,000 on his personal page for RCCS, which is an incredible feat, and we appreciate it so much of Leiby. And all of you out there, if you can have Leiby in mind in your tefillas, Yehuda Ben Chaya Frumit, if you can have that in mind in your tefillas, if you can have him in mind, and obviously incredible person to go and raise so much money for the organization. We hope that very, very soon we hear the good basura that it's over.
And the Kichel game was sponsored by Toys for You. I love that store. I feel like a kid when I go there. Toys for You.
When I go there, I feel like...
You feel like...
My kids should have stayed home because...
Yes, and I also want to give a shout out to Zoller Nutrition. Zoller Nutrition, thank you so much for your donor. Oh, we have a winner on the line. Here we go. Yellow.
Hello.
Hi, gute Nacht. How are you? Who am I speaking with?
My name is Maish Kress.
Maish, how are you, Maish?
Baruch Hashem. Who am I speaking with?
My name is Mendy Pellin, and I'm accompanied by my compadre,
Aaron Steyer.
And we are calling from RCCS to let you know that you have won a jewelry
You want something brilliant.
extravaganza.
Oh, wow.
Jewelry.
That's incredible.
Ooh.
Yes.
I gave it to my wife.
No, that's for you. It's for you. You won.
I don't know. This is really good for Shalom Bayis. This could give you the value of about 20.
What if he wants it?
40.
Why are you pushing it on his wife? Maybe he wants the jewelry.
Well, I don't.
He won. He bought it.
It's not appropriate
Not
for.
for you?
Yeah. We don't.
Bangles?
No. Not here in this neighborhood. But it is the value of 40 therapy sessions that you can get out of 40 therapy sessions. You could give that one little box, and you get this Shalom Bayis dialed up a notch. So, congratulations! Swing by our office to pick up these. This is
Someone will run out and bring it to you.
This is really good jewelry. Us men will never understand jewelry, but just look at it as a little box to have good Shalom Bayis.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you for supporting RCCS.
Fiscal mitzvahs. You should always be on the giving end.
Amen.
All right,
Thank
that's
you again.
We'll be in touch. Someone will be in touch with you, Mitzvah Shem.
And don't forget, the grand prize is closing in 5 minutes. So 877-332-2808, rccsauction.org.
I want to share with you something.
Please.
We run a tremendous amount of fundraising. There's, I have a team of we just hired another person, so, 9 fundraisers and event coordinators and staff. And if I start trying to list their names without it written in front of me, I'll miss someone, and then they'll be mad tomorrow. So I'm not going to do it. But they all know who they are and how hard they work. And what people, you asked this question earlier of the patient department. How do you deal with all that bad news? And it's a question I get a lot. And you know what I answer? See, for all the bad news I get, think about the incredible chesed that we get to see. Thousands and thousands of people giving of themselves, giving of their own money. I'm not going to focus on the sad part of it, because what I face on a daily basis is just tzaddikim, tzidkaniyos, people taking money out of their own pocket and giving it to RCCS. And we're supported by a group of volunteers, hundreds of volunteers in every neighborhood, in every community. There are people that take this very, very, very seriously. You met Shimi Schlisselfeld before, and I'll throw out Ezzy's name just because Nachi Gordon from Meaningful Minute, his father-in-law is Ezzy Katz. So that's the only reason I'm mentioning only Ezzy's name. No one else be upset. But someone like him, someone like Shibby, people, both of them are from Muncie and are on our Muncie committee. But every neighborhood has a committee of people who are super dedicated and take it so serious and so personal that we're able to run. Our hands only go so far, right? Well, not that long, right? But when you have a chain of people holding hands and together charging forward, it makes a tremendous difference. There's so many good people like that who are, they run every event we run. We follow them. They tell us how to run the event, what they want at the event. And there's also a lot of incredible people here. If I could give a quick couple of shout-outs. So first of all, Reb Herschel. Herschel Cohen, the founder of this organization.
Oh, yes. Herschel, he was here. I saw him.
Yeah, the whole organization is an extension of Reb Herschel's personal giving. He started helping one person. And then Bobby Cohen, who supports Reb Herschel through thick and thin. We have our Chief Operating Officer, Chaim Rapfogel, who we saw before, our Chief Marketing Officer, Yitzchak Meisels. It says my name. I'm going to skip that one.
Yeah.
Our 3 board members.
Thanks for all the hard
Our 3 board
you
members
do.
who put in day and night. They put their whole heart and soul. They make the big decisions, before big things happen, hiring, firing, all the goals, the plans, everything goes through them. Rabbi Eli Burneth, Rabbi Zamalai Horowitz, and of course Rabbi Eli Cohen, Rabbi Herschel's son.
Yeah.
We have Shlomi Steinmetz, who's buzzing in our ear, Nuchem Orenstein, Shmuley Wurzberger, Shimbi and Chai Schlisselfeld, Ricky Banda, Brian DeFarkis, Gitti Oberlander, of course, Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan for the videos, and we'll get back to it soon because it looks like we have
someone on the line here.
It's not yet buzzing.
Oh, 1 second. It was buzzing.
It's not yet buzzing, so we'll go for Mrs. Ruchi Eisdorfer. Mrs. Bleemy Joseph, and the entire data entry staff. And boy, do we put a difficult
lot of
time with
data.
them.
I saw that.
Our sponsors, BFG, Daily Giving, Zollers, Road to Recovery, Lulu, Renegade, Tove Furniture, Eastern Union, and looks like we just got another prize here.
Okay. All right. And by the way,
All
I
right,
just
they're
want to
still not on the
give it
phone
a
yet.
shout out to this great website, Daily Giving, who it's amazing. The people commit to give $1 a day, and they've given so much money to RCCS.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Baruch Hashem.
When's the last time you've been on a vacation? It's a little bit of a private question, but there's a good reason I'm asking. I think I have
About
something
a
you
year
might be
ago.
excited to hear.
Where'd you go the last time you went on vacation?
Dubai.
Oh,
okay.
how was that?
Fabulous.
Have
This
you
is a
ever
very tall
been
building,
to Greece?
No.
Would you like to go to Greece?
Oh, that would be nice.
Well, I have some good news for you because we're calling from the RCCS auction and you have won the Plan Your Escape prize.
Oh, thank you.
Probably could go to Greece with that.
Yes.
But I
And
think to go some other places too, right?
is this prize, is this what you were really going for, or is this one of the prizes that you're like, I'll throw in also?
I was actually going for the mitzvah, but this is good enough also.
Oh, there you go. That's so nice. That's appreciated. This is Aaron Steyer of RCCS. So thank you so much to Skla Mitzvahs. We very, very much appreciate it.
Oh, man, thank you.
Okay, so someone's going to be in touch with you. Mazel tov, mazel tov. Enjoy it. If you need someone, to come along, maybe as a driver or something, I know someone who might want to come. Okay.
Enjoy the vacation. Thank you very much for supporting RCCS.
All right.
All righty. And we have another winner that is coming in just a second. In the meantime, we have the grand prize. You can still give in. 877-332-2808. 877-332-2808. RCCSauction.org. And I'd like to give a shout out to all those BFG associates that are raising the flag for RCCS. And the associates are the heroes in our community. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Reindeer, who is a sponsor. They are the premier tax credit firm currently specializing in employee retention credit with over 870 million claims for its clients nationwide. So big shout out. And right now, I just got word that they're about to close. They're about to close.
Yeah, if you're
did we
asleep
close?
now,
Did
you might
we
want to wake up
close?
because we're calling winners, and the grand prize winner is going to be called very, very soon. Did we close the grand prize yet?
Okay, so
we did close it, and we're going to get the winner
the
on the
grand
phone.
prize is closed. You can still win by donating to RCCS, but you're not going to get a prize. You're going to win something that is, you're looking at it.
Karen Kayem
much
Esraelim Haba.
much bigger than that. And we are trying to get a hold of the winner on the phone. So if you put in for the grand prize, stay next to your phone because it might be you. All righty. So right now, the $10,000 prize, the grand prize winner, we couldn't reach them on the phone.
Oh, we got them. We
have them on the
we
phone.
have them coming in.
Okay, hang on. Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, is this who I think it is?
Am I live or so?
You are live.
Baruch Hashem, you're live.
You are live, and I just want to tell you that right now we have a bunch of people in our office staying up late, and it's all leading up to calling you tonight. And what do you think we're here to call you about?
Yeah, so I want something.
Where did you buy your tickets for the auction?
I actually bought them in 3 places, I think.
Did you buy at any
I did.
parties or any auction parties?
Yes.
Could you tell
Okay.
us who the auction?
Well,
could you tell us the hostess names?
Again?
Could you tell us the hostess
I'm
names?
gonna, one second, before we get into that, I want to get straight to it. I'm not going to drive you crazy here. I know you got to go back to sleep. So right now, I'm going to tell you that you are the winner for the grand prize of the RCCS auction. Congratulations!
Oh, thank you.
Yes, wow! Very nice,
beautiful.
wow. Yes. The grand prize depends on how much you gave, that's how much you won. And it's definitely more than $10,000.
Wow.
Let me tell you that.
I have my phone on the vibrate in case they were calling me to tell me I won.
Yes.
You think they'd let me, Mindy?
I think so.
All right,
Well-
let's finish up a couple of thank yous before
Yes.
we wrap up the night.
Okay.
We have Tzvi Spitzer of Stellar Productions.
Tzvi, yes.
Shmuel Hirschmiller,
Shmuel.
Smash keyboardist.
Oh, yes.
Yankee Deutsch and Yossi Klein of Click and Market.
Yankee and
Incredible,
Yossi.
incredible people. The entire
Oh, yeah.
website. The entire Stellar Production team.
Oh, yeah.
Naftali Sofer of Mailway,
Stellar.
Yossi Blumenfeld,
Mailway.
and the GCNY team, of course, the theme and the beautiful book, that crazy flag you were running around with. And, of course, the Woman of Wonder, over 1,200 women who opened their homes and
Yes.
opened web pages and raised money.
That is
Of
incredible.
course, Shlomi Steinmetz of Pivot
Yes.
in our ear.
Oh, yes.
And the team of women staff at RCCS who had their own team and raised
And of course,
$110,000.
Moshe-
The women in the office here.
Wow.
$110,000.
And Moshe Zuckerman, of course.
Moshe Zuckerman,
And
absolutely.
Stellar Production.
And of course, the mastermind of the entire project who pulled off even the most crazy times, Mrs. Esty Cohn.
Yes.
Her husband, Shia Cohn, who we embarrassed already a number of times tonight. And you know who we forget to thank a lot of times? The incredible Cohn children
Yeah.
who give away
who-
their
who
mother
lend-
and father.
yeah, lend their
for
parents.
A very nice amount
Thanks
of time.
for raising
They
yourself.
come hang out in the office a lot.
Yes.
So thank you, everybody. And if we missed anybody, of course, we apologize.
Yes, we appreciate you raising yourself, finding the food yourself in the closet, and putting yourself to sleep for the last couple months. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you, your support, because this is all possible thanks to your support. Thank you very much, and thanks for watching this year's RCCS auction. Have a good night.
Good night. Afreilichem Chanukah,
Afreilichem
Mendy. Thank
Chanukah.
you very, very, very much, Mendy.
Yes.
Fantastic, fantastic. You're
We did
hired.
it. We
Mendy,
did it.
you're hired.
Yes.
Ki toiv Hashem,
Yes, come on, let's dance. Let's dance. Come on.